Hello, hello, hello to the crazy life. How y'all doing? Welcome to Restore Belief with Nikki. I am Nikki, trying to get my lighting set up, which apparently is going really weird. Anyway, I hope you all are doing good. This is just bizarre. It shouldn't be quite like this. Oh well, that's how life is sometimes. Okay, let me know if you can actually hear me, let alone see me. Woo! There we go. That's at least a little bit better. Oh my god, such bright light. 1 second, guys. This is becoming interesting, shall we say. Well, tonight's themes are... Let's see, I gotta do 3 of those so I don't kill my eyes, not... Tonight's themes are the subject of... Oh, hey, Amy. Lauren, how you doing? Oh, yeah, thank you, Amy. Speaking of which, hello, Lauren. No, that's not appropriate. Yeah, flash me. First troll of the night, Amy, huh? God. Anyhow, I hope everybody else is doing all right. The hell did I do with... Oh, my notebook is sitting underneath my light. Isn't that cool? I'm gonna need my stuff tonight. Anyhow, let's turn on the lights. Let's get those going. Para, hey, Para, try it again, and this one will be gone in a flash. Yeah, no kidding. Right on, Amy. One person, one guy being a troll. Isn't that nice? Anyway, second troll. Oh, second troll of the night. Ghosts aren't real. Hey, Shane Legs. Ghosts aren't real. Really? Well, you never know. Until you start experiencing them, huh? But actually, they are real. They're very freaking real. Thank you very much. Matter of fact, oh, speaking of which... Philip. I need to write... Amy, help me remember the name Philip. I don't know if I gotta get this written down. And now my pen's not working. Philip showed up while I was in the shower. Isn't that fun? I don't know why they choose to try to talk to me while I'm taking a bath or a dump or something. I was just like, come on, people. Really? You're spirits. You're not supposed to be pulling this. But they do. They happen to like that kind of stuff. Hey, Robert. Robert's in the house. Thank you, Robert. I don't know. Speak English that well. Okay. What is he biggest son? What is the... Hi, Angel Boy. How you doing, Angel Boy? Sorry for the weird lighting, folks. I'm still setting up. I've had some weird shit take place, and apparently I'm having to use tape and all this kind of shit in order to get the lighting right so that I don't kill my eyes. So pardon me as I'm trying to get this crap taken care of. Oh, that's better. Ooh, that we can do. Okay, and it's not going to burn up anything, and it's not going to... Okay, we're good. Holy shit balls, I kid you not. When stuff happens, it happens. Man, alright, let's try this again, shall we? Welcome to Restore Belief with Nikki. I am Nikki. Nice to see you, folks. Let's see, what do you need to know about me? I am a psychic medium. I don't know if I'm on tonight, although I am feeling pretty good. Better than the last couple of days. That was atrocious. What do you need to know? Let's see, I am a psychic medium. I am an ET abductee, lifelong ET abductee. Bless. J27, nice to see you. Hi. Katie, hello. Hello. Hi, Maurice. How you doing? Are you a tarot? No, I'm not a. Oh God, I suck at tarot. I'll be blunt with that. Hang on 1 second. I got to hit mute for a moment. Okay, you didn't need to hear all that. No, I'm not a tarot reader. I do oracle cards. If you want me to pull 3 oracle cards for you, I will. But I wasn't anticipating that tonight, and that'll probably become at the end of the program. If you do want that, I will write your name down, and you're going to have to come looking for when I go to do them. I got to write that down. Oracle. It's, what did I say? 11. We at 11:11 right now? Oh, we just were. Wow. Okay. What's that? Could you explain? Oracle, oh gosh. Oracle cards are cards with all different kinds of sayings, words on them, things like that. Okay. Well, check back at the end of the broadcast tonight or tomorrow, and hopefully I will have up the, okay, so at bless J27. Okay. So yeah. Anyhow, took a screenshot of my 11:11. Awesome, Divine. You like your channel. Okay, thanks. I'm glad you like the channel. So yeah, tonight is, am I at the full, at all of them? Chat filter. No, oh, what the freaking hell? I hate it when they do this. Silly YouTube. Okay, explain that. Well, I saw you doing the, at a nursing home? No. Hello, Joe Perez. Well, I saw you doing oracle cards at a nursing. That's a possibility. Joe hit me up privately and we'll have a conversation. Joe Parzek 3153 hit me up because that means that you know a couple of things about me and we should have a chat. Which is fine. But I can tell you why. Anyway, you're watching from California. Okay. Shella from Montana, excuse me. Hello, Montana. How you doing, Shella? Okay, let's go back to the... She's not British. No, I'm not British. Does this woman prey on the elderly? No, I do not. My mom was in a nursing care facility. And actually a couple of them. Depending upon when she got out of the hospital, and my mom passed last February, so her death anniversary is coming up. So anyway, there's that, and that's why I was commenting on it, because if this person did see me do that, then I was probably on a break. On a lunch break or break from mom for a few minutes and kind of getting my head clear, because my mom, when her Alzheimer's hit about a year to 2 years, about 2 years after she was diagnosed, which was an atrocious event, but 2 years after she became the layers. As my mom used to say with different family members as they aged, it's like the layers of onion getting peeled back, layer after layer. And my mom became telepathic with me. What the hell? The lighting's still not right. It's driving me nuts. Let's try that. There we go. Well, that's at least better. So, yeah, there was that bit of lovely aspect to my life and being a caregiver, and then there we go. Maybe I don't kill this. Hang on a second. There we go. That's hopefully maybe not better. Anyway, so it was quite the time of things. I'm trying to do this to where there we go. Okay. So I had a heck of a time. Hey Champlain, I'm just looking pretty. Thank you, Sacred Hunter. I appreciate that. Explosion happening behind me. Love sound 94. Yeah, nothing would surprise me. Anyway, so when Mom was in the nursing facility, or one of them, because she was ambulatory in the first one, and then in and out of the hospital, and then ended up having different recovery nursing facilities that were recovery places. So Mom was there, and then Mom had her other place. So anyway, I'm sorry, Maurice. I've only been through that twice in my life, and it's not easy. Just what I chose tonight to be dressed in. Anyway, so yeah, I was taking a break, and I did oracle cards for myself, or if somebody asked, which was very, very rare. So anyway, that's what that was all about. So today's stream is about paranormal and spirits. And the one thing that I wanted to, and then a couple of predictions, which just has kind of stunned me on the prediction stuff. Where the hell was this guy's name? This guy came up to me, and he was a spirit, deceased individual. The hell is your name? How many days ago was this? Because it couldn't have been that far back. Anyway, I think it was... Oh, for F's sake. I didn't think it was that many days back. No, it was within this past week. Anyway, famous guy. And he comes in right as I'm just about to crawl into bed, and I'm half asleep, and a bunch of different spirits came in all at the same time, and he was the last one. Stanley Kubrick is who came in. And I was like, God, I know that name. Why the hell do I know that name? And, of course, it was the following day. And, of course, now I'm not finding it at all. At least tell you what frickin' day it was. And what other spirits came with him. And he wanted a message. He kept telling me, I said, Stanley, as in famous Stanley Kubrick? And when I said that, he goes, Stan, you call me Stan. I'm like, oh, okay. Because I was so rummy and so out of it that I kept going, Stanley Kubrick, the Stanley Kubrick, like the famous Stanley Kubrick. And that was when he got really irritated. I'm like, I'm half asleep. You've got to be kidding me. And he had a message for somebody named Jules, but I never got the message because he got so angry at me. And I was I'm like, honey, you got to come back and talk to me because I don't know what your message is. I don't know what. It could be anybody. I mean, it could have been a nickname. It could have been a Julie. It could have been a Julia. It could have been anybody. So I don't have a clue as to what the hell the message is. Sorry, folks. But I thought that was interesting because I've had a number of famous folks come in, and I don't always state their name. I'll hint around at it or something like that. But I mean, if whoever this Jules is, he's got a message for you. And then Philip came in tonight as I was trying to remember who the hell had come into. I was in the shower, which is why my face is bright red because my body's still trying to cool down. Hey, Philip Blair, how you doing, hun? How am I doing? Says Philip. I'm doing okay. I'm not as tired as I have been lately. But here's a subject. We're talking ETs and hybrids now. I don't have anybody's money. So basically, the ETs came and got my hybrid baby. So as much as you want to laugh and think that's hysterical, I've got one person who's now a stalker. Isn't that fun? All because of being in a Facebook group. And I said, you are fortunate you were not one of the people, because he was commenting, Matt, wherever you are, be nice. I'm not going to say your last name, but I will call you out by your first name. So yeah, this little peon is now a stalker. He's gone and hit up a number of folks in that group. He's gone in and he started stalking my Facebook page and a bunch of other things to where I've had to block him. So there's that. Isn't that fun? I had said be fortunate, be thankful you were not taken from the GATE program, which of course now gifted and talented education program. And the GATE is, in the grand scheme of things, for educational purposes, is a great program. What I don't agree with is government agents going in. I disagree with that. I have a great issue with that. And as far as I know, from the early 20-year-olds that I've talked with, it's still happening because they're talking about their SSP experiences when they were a kid, when they were in their teenage years as well. So that tells me that the programs are still taking place. Government is still what many people in industry call headhunting. Headhunting is usually corporate, but this is different ballgame. So that's a bit concerning to find out. I have found out from others that keep a close eye on their kids in the GATE program because of what they themselves have experienced. Education-wise, it's pretty interesting. But when you've gone through experiences like I have and like others have, boy, it gets wicked real fast. Um, so Alex, I think that's your name from the way the lighting is on my phone right now. SSP is Secret Space Program. Some people or some kids, some children that have gone through that program are taken out by either CIA ops or by, and they're specifically watched and all of this, and tested and then specifically chosen and taken from that educational program and put into a deep black government program. And that deep black government program uses a lot of MK Ultra type, MK Ultra and MyLab type of lack of better, torturous training. Let's put it that way. I was trying to be polite about it, but there is no way to be really polite about that. But anyway, I just hate it when my fingernails decide to. Makes the third in today. Anyway, sorry, pet peeve of mine. I'm gonna file that now so I don't hurt myself, because I am known to actually cut skin by accident. So SSP gets real dangerous real fast. And the kids don't remember. They are, if they've been through any kind of MK Ultra type of shit, then they are, their brain is targeted in a very specific way and they will not remember. So, yeah, it gets really, really wicked, but there's your answer, Alex. Naveen, thank you. She's so pretty. I appreciate that. Drew. Hey, Drew. Oh, I'm glad to see you. And Ozzy Ange. Awesome. Yeah, Philip is saying though the problem with MK Ultra is that its sole purpose is going against consent. Yes, agreed. And many of us who have gone through any form of it, MK Ultra or MyLab or Montauk, it's pretty nasty shit. So, and as far as I'm aware, I do not have alters or what is it's not disassociative. What is that other one where it's multiple personalities? Or I don't have any of that, but I do have the memories of some of the memories of what I went through early on, and that's not fun. And neither is remembering being in hand-to-hand combat, and neither is watching people that you love and care about be unalived right in front of you on command orders by an officer standing right behind you. So yeah, that gets really serious really freaking fast. Anyhow, let's see, try catch up. So yeah, I agree, Philip, it's not so fun to deal with. Yeah, as Paramarv says, hey folks, come on in, hit the like button, subscribe button. I'm not gross. You are in response to your question, is MK Ultra the same thing that happened to the triplets who were separated as kids and put into a science experiment? I have no idea. I do not know that story, or let's put it this way, I'm unaware of that story. I don't watch a lot of news anymore. It's no. So, the problem. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant, Philip. Tanya Bobo, 8357, first time, always felt different. Could I have read research to figure out what is up? What are you referring to? Thank you. Yeah, dissociative identity disorder. Thank you. That's not me. Though I know quite a few people in the program that are from the programs, I should say, that have had that because of the horrific trauma that they went through. Okay. I don't even, Cool Cat, I don't even know what you're talking about regarding JF. I don't. Yeah, they like convoluted names, yeah. Okay, so anyhow, so I've had number of spirits come in, but Mr. Kubrick, that totally blew me up. I was like, what the hell? I've had a number of others come in and just say hi, give me their first name, and that was it. And that's what is bothering me. I'm not finding, because I haven't highlighted it yet. That's the problem. It was yesterday. So Ray Bulger was here. That was the other one that stunned the hell out of me. I was like, from Wizard of Oz, Ray Bulger? Done a number of other things. I'm like, yes, I know. So that totally, that was something else. And then I got quotes from psychic information that I'm still trying to put together. Something about, and this is a direct quote from my guides, quote unquote, shots rang out. So something in the middle of the night, from the looks of it, is about to take place or in the coming months. But I haven't figured out where. So that was a little on the disturbing side. And then there was another one about an escape from a prison. And I'm still trying to figure that shit out. I'm like, okay, I need more information on that before I really go into what all that means and which one and where the frick it's at and all of that info. I mean, and this is across the globe. This is not U.S. This is across the entire globe is where I'm just trying to figure out what country, which area in that country, and because I've got a lot of bits and pieces, but like I said, I'm trying to put it all together. So there's that, and then there was a another one that came through. Oh, that's what I wanted to say to the people who are experiencers, who are part of SSP or remembering it, or who are ET abductees, are part of hybridization program. There was a question from last week. Somebody came into my chat last week and asked me, how do you get over your fear of being abducted? One of the quotes, so I was in the Tony Robbins Time to Rise Summit this week, and one of his quotes was, "Turn fear into power." And that's exactly what I have done all my life for a lot of different subject matters. Turn your fear into power. Make that go into you've got to, because fear affects the body in so many different ways. It affects the brain. It affects just even the skin. You can have a full-on physical reaction to fear. One of the things that I used to do is turn my fear into anger and that anger into power. There are so many ways to go about doing that, but you can do that. Hey, Joe. Joe Monk, we have nothing to fear but fear itself and spiders. That that brings up a lot of subjects, Joe. A lot of subjects, such as spiders that I've seen that are extraterrestrial spiders, and they're 12 to 15 feet tall. That's a big spider. That's a big spider. And they're red and black. So, anyway. Oh, little Cam in here? Hello, little Cam. Anyway, fear not. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, yeah, you got to move away from the fear. And turn fear into as much power as possible. So, anyway, that's just what I wanted to remind folks, because sometimes when we go through this, when we go through our experiences, fear is a major factor in it. And it's not easy to deal with on the spot sometimes. Sometimes you gotta just push through it, move through it. Anyway, okay. Yep. Then there's the spiders down in the Antarctic. Hey, Ozzy Ange. Exactly, Nikki. Thanks. Afraid of heights specifically, but I am when it comes to stuff like rock climbing craziness, says Amy. Yeah, there was a place that our family used to camp all the time. It's called Icicle Creek. I don't know if it's even, I had no idea until about 15 years ago that they had such horrible flooding through that area that I don't even know if the camping is still, if that area is still campable. I know that the forestry department had a lot of reconstruction to do in that area. But Icicle Creek and camping, I forgot what I was going to talk about. I got myself sidetracked. Oh, climbing. They used to, so when I was a little kid in the 70s, there used to be a rock wall at Icicle Creek that everybody, they would come in, all the hikers, all the campers would come in and climb that wall, and it was a good 80 feet up. And you'd see people putting their spikes in and their clamps and their clips and going on up via rope and on up via, some of them were tied up, but they were going hand to hand, and with these really interesting, I call them slippers. I don't know what they're called. It's a specific kind of really thin kind of rubber shoe, and their toes were gripping on, and I'm like, oh my God, I would love to do that, but I'd have to would have to tie me up, man. So anyway, it's something I really wanted to do, but yeah, it's going up is fine, but coming down, no. That's one of the problems that I have when the ETs take me. I'm like, I really want to be awake when I go up, but I really don't, because I'd be afraid I'd turn my head and go, and then start screaming. So there's that. Anyway, so that's what that reminded me of. Anyway, so if you have back to, oh, hello, Oscar. How you doing? From Israel. Wow. Coming down could be faster. Oh yeah, hi Jet Builder. Yeah, it could be a lot faster. A hell of a lot faster. Zoom. Used to have a problem with heights, but not anymore, says Ozzy Ange. Yeah, I could always climb trees. As long as I didn't have to focus straight down, I could get myself down. But there were a couple of times when I was a kid when I got up into a, God, what was it? 35-foot. It was a fir. And I paid dearly. Yeah, that's a whole nother subject. That was when we lived in the apartment that looked like a barn out at Echo Lake in Seattle. I have stories about that place that would shock the hell out of people. But anyway, yeah, I had a hell of a time getting down because I got myself up there so high that the boughs were going like this, and I was swaying in the wind. And I was like, I gotta get down now. Now I'm scared. It took me about a half an hour to talk myself to get down. Anyway, oh, good to know, Drew. Thank you. Oh, Jet Builder, could you tell me about Under the Ocean on the East Coast? I haven't done a lot of... Oops. I have not done a lot of psychic work over on the East Coast regarding... Hello. I forgot I added soda to that. That's what you just heard. The lid popped. Sorry, folks. Sometimes it's easier to climb up than to climb down. Yeah. Oh, I I didn't holler for help. I got myself down, but it took quite a number of minutes to get my brain to register. You need to actually just focus where your foot goes. But anyway, Bimini Road. So on the east side of the country of the United States, I do know there's underwater bases. I can feel them, but I cannot tell you where they're at. Whereas on the West Coast, I can tell you from Oregon going up through lower British Columbia, Canada, where there are. I can tell you where 4 of them are. Off the top of my head, no, I can't give you the exact locations, but I can give you the general areas. So there's one off of Oak Harbor. Well, not Oak Harbor itself. It's off the island of. It's off of Whidbey Island. There's another one up in BC in a waterway that goes from ocean into. So that's going into like the Vancouver area. There's one outside of there, so there's two. And then the one off of Whidbey Island. There's another one. Oh God, I can't remember exactly where. It's somewhere between middle of what along. Along the coastline. Go down halfway down Washington State along the coast. It's between there and halfway down between. I think it's. Can never remember the name of that damn beach. So I'm gonna, because I can't remember the name of the beach and the exact location at this second. It's like halfway down the Oregon coast, so it's between those two areas. There's another one in there, but it's small if I remember correctly. So there's that. Now there are ET bases, little ET bases, but ET bases that are underground that do have waterways, little lakes. There's one in Marysville, outside of Marysville, that actually a friend of mine made me aware of. She was, matter of fact, go back. That was on a live broadcast, so go back through the replays. She started talking about it, and I started receiving psychic downloaded information left and right. And then all of a sudden, I was there during the live in my higher consciousness state, and the ETs recognized that somebody was there, and they shut it down. Although I do think it's opened back up, because that was a few years ago. So there's that aspect to things too. So yeah, there are bases around, but you've got to really be careful, because some of the ETs are not so nice, shall we say. There you are. So yeah, you've got to be you got to be real careful, no matter what level you're in. If you're in astral, or if you're in higher consciousness, or if you're remote viewing, because sometimes they got security. And if you're dealing with security with them, and if they're truly wicked little buggers, then they can do some damage to you. So you got to be real careful. I was real fortunate in the fact of, because I went under the water. In my higher consciousness state for that lake, I went under the water, and I found the exact location of that ET underwater and underground base. And it went deep. It went really the lake didn't, not so much, but the base did. So that was interesting. Stay away from the reptilian. Not all. Okay, here's the thing. As with all ETs, there's good ET, there's bad ET, there's vicious ET. Not all reptilians are bad. Not all are good. There's a lot of them that are in between. It's just like with people. Champlain, good night, Nikki. I need to get some sleep in. I'll still listen for as long as I can do so, but still, good night. Yeah, I'm glad you were able to show up, Champlain. Andrew, yeah, not so friendly hospitality. Yeah, some of them can be really kind of, they can try and shut you down if you spot spot them. So and you got to be real careful. You got to know what the hell you're doing because you're dealing with some ETs do have abilities, and some that do, their frequency is really freaking high, a hell of a lot higher than a human. And you gotta watch your back, man. I will say I was foolish. I should not have gone in and looked at that on my own. I should have had somebody watching my back. But I didn't think anything of it. I thought we're just exploring what the hell is in this lake. And nothing grows around it. Nothing, it's always black. It's always, and she started describing the location, and all of a sudden I was there. So, Willamette Teen Twistle? Twisty. I can't quite read that. Are you a soothsayer? I'm a psychic medium, ET abductee, force participant of my labs, and secret space program. There you go. There is even different colored reptilian. Yeah, I've seen reptilians be green. I've seen them be, oh my god, be brown. Okay, here goes the stomach. Beige. I've seen reptilians be even almost a cream color with a kind of a tawny light brown underneath. I don't know how to explain that, but there you go. Wow, for my stomach to kick that fast that soon, and we're only an hour in, or almost an hour in. What's a reptilian? Oh, Entwistle. Willamette Entwistle. Thank you. I appreciate that. See, it's so tiny on my screen that's what I have to. It's, yeah. Kissy Coconut. Hello, how you doing? What's a reptilian? We're talking an extraterrestrial. Nico, as someone familiar with the West Coast, I have always wondered about these topics concerning the area. Oh, honey, you got Sasquatch throughout the entire West Coast. You've got Dogman. There's also, you've got all kinds of extraterrestrials. Then you've got the bases, and then you've got underwater bases versus, underground bases. And then you've got deep government shit. And they've got their bases. So, yeah, that's always fun. Andrew Gnome's Trucking. I found that out by the Cryptid Huntress. Yeah, Jessica Jones. Awesome lady. If you ever get a chance, go watch her stuff. Yeah, I agree, Joe. Joe's saying I don't know if I have Dogman, but I always have a pew out here with me in the woods. Yeah, I don't blame you. Kim Lock 9440 says we've got a Yabberwocky. A Jabberwocky or a Yabberwocky? Yeah. Nico, wow, I always had Such a strange gut feeling about the deep government shit in or near Oregon, and the addition of ET activity lines up with the suspicious feeling. Um, okay, if you wanna get into that subject, look up, go to Amazon Books, look up Cheryl Costa and Linda Costa, Big Pink UFO book, and it'll give you 20 years of history of all the sightings across the United States. Pretty interesting. The numbers are they're like hundreds of thousands. And then if you knock that down, it goes down from there. So, yeah, I don't remember the exact title of the book. Para's usually really good about putting that kind of stuff in the chat if he's still able and around. But if not, I don't expect anybody to. But I'm just saying, Cheryl Costa and Linda Costa, and look up the thank you, Para. Yeah, UFO sightings. I think it's a desk reference manual or something like that. But it's statisticians. These two are damn good at what they do. I highly recommend them. Pat Steiner, I'll look into that. I don't have a clue as to any of that right now. Oh, hello. Kelv, KELV U9W. Do you know if the military is creating tunnels underground here in Western Washington? Yeah, I do. And the only reason I know that is because a number of years ago, matter of fact, you'd have to go back into one of my live broadcasts in the very first 2 years, first year, I think. I talk about it, and if it actually, quite bluntly, if it were not for Joe Monk, because of a situation on his piece of property in California, where a young Sasquatch allowed me visual access through his eyes about seeing a dogman. I had, years before that incident, I had a situation to where I thought I was getting a major psychic download, but it wasn't a psychic download. What have since realized, it was I was being allowed, because I had contact with Mount Baker, the Mount Baker Sasquatch clan, because there's a couple of clans there's one specific one that's very large, and very well organized. Holy crap. Very, very well organized, and they consider me a family member, because I've got bits and tiny pieces of memory, but not enough that I would go, yeah, I was. I mean, I debate that back and forth, but anyway, so supposedly in a past lifetime I was a Sasquatch, and I was with their Sasquatch clan, so they consider me family. Hell of a realization when I had that conversation with the matriarch, the Sasquatch matriarch. But if it had not have been for a past experience with that Sasquatch clan, they showed me, I think it was 2018 or 2019, that there were military, and I got to see through their eyes, through two of them, through their eyes, what was happening up at and around Mount Baker. And they were watching it, and they were projecting it straight to me. And I thought it was a download, and I still, to this day, have this memory in my head. And the Sasquatch were watching the military on on that mountain in a very specific location. And I was hearing exactly what was being said to the what I call lower downs, because I don't know the rank through the military for this specific kind of project. And they were being really specifically told how much time they had left in order. They had to get that base finished. And these men and women were, to this officer, they were grunts, and they were doing the manual labor, and they were under specific hardcore orders to get specific kind of dirt done, specific kind of the entrance was almost completely finished. They had the wall on it. I can still see part of the wall closing after everybody went inside. I can still see like it was dark, so the it was pitch black out, and there was light overhead, but this was in a specific. So they were also getting, and I was having a hard time seeing uniforms, but I could still see things. I could see, and it was. That's the other thing. I don't think I've ever talked about this. I did not know. Okay. I did not know this until this moment in time. And I know I've never talked about this one section. However, the Sasquatch, and I wasn't going to reveal it. Certain Sasquatch have the abilities, the ones that use their abilities, and are very proficient with them, have the ability to see beyond clothing. And I saw pants, but I also saw legs. There was a specific quote-unquote grunt who had a scar on the back of his leg. I have no idea what the scar was from, but it was a pretty lengthy scar. And it was a real specific shape. I've never talked about that before. And it was above his boot. Because everybody there was wearing boots. They were in boots. They were in, lack of better words, form of camo, but it's not camo, any kind of camo I've ever seen. Yeah, they were also getting the rest of the road finished. And they had it wired. That entire road going into that, it essentially looked like an old logging road is what they made it look like. And then it supposedly dead ends, and there's a bunch of, and it's not bushes. They did something well before the mountainside. And the door was real specific. When that door opens and closes, it has a real specific look. You would never know unless you went up and were that far away from, and I'm not joking, that far away from it, looking at it and going, that can't be real. That is real. Because it looks like real stone, but it's not. It's some kind of metal. But they did something over the top of it. And that's what I saw through the Sasquatch's eyes, amongst other things. But the sound of the men, some of the machinery, I still have that in my head. I still have the sound of it. I still have the urgency. They were on a time crunch and they had to get shit done before certain things were going to take place, and the whole base wasn't in operation yet, but it was. There were people coming and going from other areas, and I could feel the amount of people. Oh my God. The amount of people coming and going. I mean, they were getting something really hardcore geared up. Now, what was in the mountain, what kind of base, I have no idea. I can only make assumptions because there are people that I know that live up in that area that see a lot of quote unquote UFOs. So, and I know somebody who lives damn near real close to the top of the mountain, and they see all kinds of shit off the mountain and off the little mountains around, and there's a lot of unusual things going on up there. So it's just like Mount Adams. There's a lot of unusual things going on there too. A lot of major unusual things. And then you've got ouch. Whew, okay, that hurt. And then you've got Isetti Ranch, which is southern Washington. Not Yelm, Nikki. That's a different ballgame. Was it Troutdale? I can't remember, or Trout, or the name of the town. I can't think of the name of the exact name of the town right now. Anyway, so that's a very long-winded answer to KELVU9W. Thank you, Para, about the desk reference regarding Cheryl and Linda Costa. Thank you. Yeah, I know you've got stuff going on there, Joe. And see, I've lost the name again. I'm just gonna call you Willamette. I've been deep in the woods, northern California to southern Oregon for weeks at a time and never saw anything odd. I wonder why. You might be protected. There's ETs in those mountains, in the Sierras. You may very well, and throughout the Cascades, you may very well be protected by the Fae or by ET. I did not mean ET. Sasquatch is what I meant. Kev, thanks, Nikki. What are Sasquatch like? A missing link or type of ape? They're, as far as I know, they're a combination, Kelv. They're a combination of human and a couple of other things that I believe, I could be mistaken, but I believe ET created some of them, but I could be very wrong on that. You would have to talk with, folks that are in SOR. Robin, I couldn't think of her name. Robin Haynes. I think it's Haynes, because she, to me, is... She and Rob Carr and Duke Sullivan are the Sasquatch folks that are the true hardcore folks to go to regarding Sasquatch. I'm just an experiencer, man. They are in the trenches, folks. So, let's see. BMR, Bigfoot, Michigan, Rob is Rob Cars. That's his YouTube. And Duke Sullivan, his channel is World Bigfoot Radio or World Bigfoot Central. It's one of the two. Don't remember which right now. 33 on the numbers. Lots. 4 sets of... Wow. 2 sets of 3. That's interesting. But 4 threes. Interesting. I don't see that very often. Used to live in Grass Valley. I think I know where that's at. Kelv is asking, and are the Sasquatch folks friendly or scared of people? They're leery because of the weapons and for a number of other reasons. However, that said, not all Sasquatch have abilities. The ones that do have typically been taught throughout their life and how to deal with it. So, how to deal... Oh, damn. Move that. That didn't work. Hang on, folks. Got a lighting issue again. Yes? Okay. Is that better? Yes, hopefully. Yeah. Don't want no fires. Come on. Move. Fucking thing. Alright. Hang on 1 second, guys. And gals. There we go. Yes? Yeah. Okay. There we are. I think. Ah, son of a diddly. Okay. Gotta get creative here. Hang on, folks. Aha! That's better. Safer, anyway. Oh, that's better. Okay, that I can deal with. Yeah, alright. Okay, about 5 minutes from Grass Valley. Oh, wow. Yeah, the folks that I mentioned, they're the ones that you should talk to, because especially Robin. I mean, the lady's got extensive daily knowledge about Sasquatch. Yes, I've Catchy Kira 2653. Have you seen a Sasquatch? Yes, I have. X-ray vision. Yeah, I was just Benjamin Universe. Hairy legs? Yeah, there were hairy legs. She's got legs and she knows how to use them. Faux stone, yeah, Willamette. Faux stone overlaid on top of steel door, yes. Joe, have you really? You got to send me some of those. I've seen videos of these stone doors. I think some of the Bigfoot in Nevada County live in the old mines. It wouldn't surprise me. Paramarv, isn't there a video of Mount Adams opening up? I believe it was taken from East Seti Ranch. Yeah. It's an old video now, but yeah, I think it was, because I saw it, I think in 2018 or 2019, and I think it was from like 2015, 2013, 14, 15, somewhere around there. Kelv, I appreciate you, Nikki. Thank you for all the info. Yeah, you're welcome, hon. jet builder have you thought about? How many different ones? Different ones what, hun? That top makes you look like the whole galaxy. Whee! Okay. Oh, thank you, Para. Nevada Bigfoot Conference, April 24th and 25th, 2026. He's put a link in. Robin Haynes, thank you, Para. Para's put in Robin Haynes' information, Facebook, and her .com. Thank you. Yeah, I like to promote people that I know that are doing really good stuff. Hey, Woo Riders. Hope you're having a great weekend. It's the beginning of my weekend was shit, but you know. Woo Riders, Robin trips me out good. Oh, good entertainment. Yeah. Yeah, she's got some wonderful stories. And they're life experience stories, so hello. What is the Dark Star doing this morning? The Dark Star, are you meaning the moon? Hmm? Gray man, okay. Where are you from? Washington State. Washington State, west coast of the United States. My brain was trying to say that 3 different ways all at once. I had to close my eyes to get my brain to shut the f- in order to grab the one. Snowed here, Nikki, in Florida. Are you kidding me? It snowed in Florida? Holy crap. Yeah, Chaz, I agree. That's just what I was along the same lines of what I was thinking. Joe Monk just said, snow in Florida? Skunk ape is gonna be cold. Yeah, very. So how are the reptiles down there, Woo Riders? I mean, don't some of them start falling out of trees when they, like some of the big lizards fall out of trees when it gets that cold there? I mean, I've heard all sorts of interesting things. Anyway, I've gotten myself way off the freaking track here. 25 degrees feels like 12 with the wind chill right now. Yeah, I can understand, especially when you're not used to it. Okay, so we had paranormal, spirits. Write this down. ETs. Kind of all over the place tonight, but I'm kind of that way anyway. Okay. Your necklace is good. Can you explain it? It's not black tourmaline, it's black, and it's not black onyx, it's black obsidian. And a friend of mine is the one who did the wrapping around it. And then I'm the one who had the leather straps. I can't think of what they're called. Paramarv. Oh, wait a minute. Woo Riders, thoughts on sigils and if NHI use them on abductees? I don't know if NHI use them on abductees. I know that at certain times, I can't say what I need to say. Shit. There's a reason. I'm not trying to gatekeep. There's a reason I can't say what I want to say because the information comes from a specific... Can't say that either. Okay, so... how do I say this? No. Bruce Christensen, 2161. Are abductees the illegal immigrant border crossers? No. Abductees, I'm talking extraterrestrial abductees. That's what I'm talking about. If that is not what you want to hear, that's fine. But yeah, the abductees that I'm talking about are extraterrestrial abductees. And there are thousands, if not millions, over a great deal of time. Okay, so I want to get back into... Okay, so Paramarv. Most folks are familiar with the idea of reincarnation of humans, but what about animals? Could a pet who dies come back to you later in another body? Yeah. I found... I gotta be careful. Yes, they can. Easy answer to that, yes, they can. I found out because of one pet showing up in a different animal. And one pet's soul, after they had died, showed up in another animal. It's a hell of a realization, let me tell you. What else do you want to know with that, Para? Could a pet who dies come back? Yeah, they can. They completely can. And I didn't know that they could do that, but yeah. They can come back as another animal, or some souls, that's what they want to stay as. They want to stay as an animal, so... Grayman 128. I saw Sasquatch in Oregon once. Yeah, the Sasquatch I saw, she was in Mount Baker. She was at Mount Baker. She was on the mountain. It's a whole nother subject, but yeah. Bruce Christensen. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. What do I do? I am a psychic medium. I don't charge. I am an energy worker. I don't charge. I'm a lifelong ET abductee. I'm 57 years old. And I'm also a first participant in... was a forced participant in my labs that went into SSP. That's what I do. Good, Mike. Savior. Okay. What's the topic tonight? Paranormal, spirits, ETs, SSP, and a bunch of other stuff. Okay, Para... Paramarv, how could one verify that? How could one verify which, hun? Which subject matter? Reincarnation of... I don't... the animal that can't say what I want to freaking say. And it's not about gatekeeping. It's just the information. If I state the information the way I want to, I will get into big trouble. In my personal life. So, okay, so there's 2 animals that I'm aware of that when I called them by their previous name, they responded. And these are animals that don't typically respond to anybody else's name other than the ones that are around them or their own name. How's that for an answer, Para? Hit me up privately and I will give you a direct answer to that. Okay? Because I cannot answer the way I want to on a live broadcast or a live stream or whatever you want to call this. So, how do you get your soul back? Oh, how do you reincarnated pet? Yeah. Okay. How do you get your soul back from what? Use sign language or Spanish. I know a little bit of sign language and very minute amount of Spanish. Grayman, Siskiyou Forest, yeah. Goated 6X. I heard animals don't have souls, only spirits. Animals have souls. Wow. You can't be nice in here. You get play nice. Yeah, put your questions in all caps. That's kind of a big deal for me. Okay, any other questions about extraterrestrials before I continue on? Goated 6X, would you say that depression is a chemical imbalance? Yes. Well, there's a bunch of things I would say to that, but that's, in response to that, I personally believe that that is a yes, but I also believe that your gut microbiome plays a major part in all of that as well, because your gut is your second brain, basically, to your body, and they've been finding that out scientifically for a while now. Sorry, I gotta get my flavored water in. Let's just call it that, shall we? Oh, that's better. It's actually a really good question, Goated. Do you believe the Alpha Draconian species are evil? I think sections of them are. I don't think all of them are, but I think that they're really into. I was gonna say overkill. That's not how I wanted to word it. Domination. power, greed, and I don't mean monetary. There's some of them I would, you do anything to stay away from. I would never, yeah, there's some that are just, no. You don't ever want to be around. Oh, that's better on the lips. Okay. Should have done that a while back. I remember you from months ago. Hello, Christopher Karen. Good question, Para. Okay. Correct, although I'm feeling better, Christopher. So you can ask, but I can't promise anything. Jet Builder 98. Everyone must understand that the ones you talk about are here, so you can't always say what you want to. Yeah, there are a few people. There's one to a few people who are extremely close to me who watch or who listen to what I say. And yeah, those are the ones that I'm talking about. I cannot speak about very specific things, so that's one of the reasons. Okay, Para, I'm not ignoring your question. I am trying to get to it. WY 4488 C7U. I'm not going to read that out loud, but I would highly recommend you get yourself into some groups and maybe some community centers that have classes and meet new folks, make new friends type of situation. It's a bit more than that, but find activities outside the home. That's how I'm going to word that. Christopher, okay, no worries. Don't want to ask at all. Just remember you unless something comes screaming your way right now. Bluebells. What the fuck is with bluebell? Sorry, what is with bluebells? I have no idea who that's for or if that's for you even. So I just started seeing bluebells. I'm like, it's a flower. Like, what is bluebells? Okay, so Para, any thoughts on why the ETs have not officially revealed themselves to the world, i.e., landing on the White House lawn, etc.? Well, everything that I've been told by them, it's supposed to be happening. I don't mean on the White House lawn, but everything, as I understand it, is supposed to be happening, and it's already started in some countries. More are being witnessed, seen on Earth, not just in skies, but on Earth. And I think, based on what I've been, in my own personal opinion, based on what I was shown, I think there's going to be a lot more of that. I said fork. Fork! Did I? I don't know if I did, Joe. I may have. I don't have a clue right now. Hello, Max Based. British Bulldog. Hello. But as far as I understand it, they are. Oh, I wanted to get back to that. Karen, I haven't forgotten yours either. I knew there was another reason why I was scrolling back up. I wanted to get back to yours too. But as far as I understand from them and from the psychic stuff that I've received, there's going to be a lot more being shown. They're going to be on the ground, not just. And as I understand it, they're not going to be landing. You're just going to start seeing them. And people are probably going to, in my opinion, people with AI the way things are now, I think it's going to get real interesting in the sense of how all of that's going to play out. I think a lot of people are going to be saying, oh, that's all AI, when it's not. So that's going to get interesting. Real interesting, real fast. And people are going to have to be real discerning, real selective. So there's that aspect to this. Okay, so hopefully, but it's supposed to pick up. As I understand it, it's really supposed to pick up this year. And then by the end of summer into fall and early winter, that's really the major ball game is right in that time frame. Okay, Karen Hackbarth, 1801. What is your thoughts about Thoth and the Law of One? I don't really have a lot of thoughts on it because I don't think on it. That's kind of your answer. I don't think too much on it. And I don't really know if I've even got an opinion on it. I know. I don't know how to explain what I want to say. So I do apologize. I'll try and get back. Let me write that down. I'll try to get back to you on that during the next live. Okay, so Karen. That is an H. Yes, it is an H. Okay. $18.01. Okay. It's a T. That is an R. Okay. Okay. Anything else I miss? No, 100 yards away, Gray Man. Wow, okay. I'm assuming that was referring to Sasquatch. Christopher, I kind of knew that. Also, Don't Let My Name Deceive You. It's a literary character from a series called... I bet that's like Voldemort, like an Alice in Wonderland vibes. Oh, I bet that's interesting. Lee, love you from Kansas City. Thank you. Kelv, are the ETs going to do something like in the movie Signs? No. The movie Signs was about an attempted takeover, essentially. And no, that's not what their intentions are. Thank you, Para, for reposting that. To Flourish 1, in answer to your question, and I'm not reading that out loud. If you want to know what they had asked, your answer to that is yes. It's modification. Okay? It's deliberate modification. Think of the first word starting with a W. Modification. The reason I'm doing it that way is because I don't want the algorithms to be F you, Nikki type of situation. So there you go. There's your answer, dear. Oh my God, an alien. Yep. Okay. Alessandro, can you follow me? Maybe. Yeah, no worries about it, Karen. Yeah, I'll have to get back to you next week on that. I do apologize. I gotta revamp my stuff on it. It's like I don't have it in my head right now. I just don't. Philip, when I can't explain something, sometimes a painting or a song helps, sometimes even a poem. Yeah, you know, one of the things that I talked about last week was my 5th grade. I loved my 5th grade teacher. Mr. Janeski was awesome. We had awesome. I had a going through school. My entire education, I had a phenomenal music teacher out of well, it was North Seattle back then, but and I had a phenomenal teacher, 3rd grade teacher, Mrs. Kinch, and then I can't remember the music teacher's name. She was in her late 60s, early 70s. She was good. And then I had a 5th and 6th teacher that were awesome, and a 7th through high school grades teacher who was 7th through 10th, I think. All I can think of is Mrs. Hart because she had such heart. I can't think of her last name right now. Otherwise, Martin. Sorry. Mrs. Martin. Oh, she was a sweetheart. Loved her to pieces. So we had Mr. Janeski, Mrs. Brining, and Mrs. Martin, and I love those 3 to pieces. They were just phenomenal teachers. Truly phenomenal teachers. Anyway, but because of Mr. Janeski, he is the one who taught us some mighty horses eat oats. It's that's how we remembered, and that's how we remembered the Great Lakes of the U.S. Some was Superior, Lake Superior. Mighty was Lake Michigan. Horses is Lake Huron. Some mighty horses eat. Eat is Lake Erie, and Oats was for Lake Ontario. So, and granted, the last two, they're kind of in a weird, they're reversed, but they're there. And it gets you to remember it. Well, because of Mr. Janeski, that's how I'm able to remember certain things, because that technique in fifth grade went on throughout my life. It was one of the ways that I was able to remember real specific things, is to create little anagrams or little sayings, little, I can't remember what they're called, statements to remember certain things. And it worked throughout my life. And he said, it may work throughout your life. It may not. But it got me to remember all these years, 57 years. And that's a big deal. There were so many different things. Anyway, when you have a teacher when you've got teachers that you dearly love and treasure, it's a big deal. Mrs. Kinch is the first one who figured out that I was dyslexic and told my mom, and it took my mom another 2 years before we moved, and I was tested, and yeah, so she changed my life. Then my mom changed my life when we moved, because it allowed access to classes that taught kids with dyslexia. That's kind of a big deal. This is long before IEPs ever came out, individual education plans. So anyway, when you got a teacher that you dear, it's like you treasure them, and they are, I don't know, they were really good people, and they helped a lot of kids. So, and I'm sure they're all retired and with grandbabies and great grandkids and stuff like that, and hopefully they're still around. So, they were wonderful people. Anyway, find a teacher that you dearly love, and your kids will go far. Really, truly. Okay, back to everything. So thank you, Philip, for that comment. I do appreciate it. Yeah, Philip, if water is your weakness, why come to Earth? Yeah, no kidding. A planet is made up of how much percentage of water? I mean, come on. Matter of fact, I can't remember who, I can picture him. I just can't think of him. M. Night Shyamalan. Oh man, honey, I've got some stories out of my life that could be turned into a movie that would, you talk about Fright City? Whoo-hoo. Come talk to me sometime. I could put you in contact with a lot of people. You want to talk fright stories? Whoo-hoo. Turn them into movies? Yowza. Oh, good God, Philip. I'm not repeating that. John Wisdom. Thank you. Every adult dog grows big hair. What's that to, Joe? Oh, God. Okay. Angel Boy. Sorry, I had to charge my phone. I'm back. Okay. I was in school after IEP started. but alas, they didn't. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Okay. Fergus Gunning, hi from Dublin, Ireland. Well, hello, welcome. Glad to see you here. Cheers from Texas. Hello, Texas. Emilio. Emilio? Did I read that right? Yeah, it looks like Emilio. Hello, Emilio. Yeah, I understand, Philip. Believe me, I get that. I saw some things with certain kids. I understand. Anyhow, so we've dealt with some paranormal, quite a number of spirits. I've been asked in a weird way. That's why I gave the look. I'm sitting here tapping my fingers on the finger on the word ET. To describe some more ETs. The problem is that I was like, which ones? What kind? I've seen so many different kinds. What kind do you want? Be specific. Well, you can't be specific when they're trying to generalize it. I understand that. But for somebody with what I've seen, and like I was talking about earlier, I've seen reptilians that are all different colors. Even ones that are so brown they're almost black. And they're sorry, my stomach's starting to do flip-flops just remembering them. They're kind of like the big ones with big googly eyes. They've got a mound here that is dark brown. Their eyes are like right here. They're big. They're like an eyeball is like about, well, it's not quite big, but it's big. Okay, so here's a roll of toilet paper. Their eyeball is as big as a tube of TP. Not the TP, but the cardboard. So you got one here, one here. You've got this mound here, and their head, I don't even know how to describe how their head comes up into the eyes. But it's like the eyes are on the top of the head type of thing. And it's something I've only ever seen in 2 movies. And of course, now I can't think of the name of the movies. But they're kind of close, but not really. I just don't know how else to describe them. And then it's like real reptilian, not alligators type, more like snake type skin, but they're not snake. I just don't, because you got that little curve of the scales type of thing. Weird noses, or what we would call a nose. And like no lips, but like a slit for a mouth and a weird, well, you can't even call it a chin. It's like the mouth. But they're tall. They're like, oh God, the ceiling's 9. That's about it. Oh, okay, so that's 8. That's about 7. So they're about 7, somewhere between 7 and 8 feet tall. I always end up saying they're taller when I do, and then I actually have to look. So I've got different measurements on my wall at different locations, or things that I know that are very specific in height. That's how I can tell. that makes sense to you. Did you fight them or run? I did a lot of screaming. I was 5 years old at the time. A lot of screaming. A lot of screaming. No, different, Joe. Not like the tiki in Polynesia. Very different. You know Sid in... Oh, what is that animation? I can't think of the name of the animation movie. Sid the Sloth. It kind of... They don't have the neck, though. The neck isn't right. Ice Age. Thank you, Para. But but it's closer. The eyes are closer. It's not so far away. And the neck isn't right. Because they've got big, girthy neck. So it's not right. But that's the only way I can describe the eye thing. Yeah, British Bulldog. Lots of different looking aliens. Some with 5 fingers and a thumb. Yeah. No, this... I did so much screaming. Keep it moving. I did so much screaming. Are they friendly is what this person's asking. I was 5 years old. I was deeply terrified. My mom was with me at the time. She was truly terrified. And that's off of the abduction when we were taken while my mom was driving. That's a whole nother story. And apparently I keep talking about it, but it's one. If you see any of the pictures that I post, any of the memes that I post on this channel that show a green van and a UFO overhead and lights coming down onto the van, that is my 5-year-old experience. That is what happened when I was 5 years old and my mother was driving us from Washington to California. And the van was literally, my mom was doing, I don't know, 55 or 60 or I think 70 at the time. I can't remember what the speed limit back then was, but we were also going up a mountain. And we weren't quite at the peak of the mountain yet, or quite up at the, I can't remember it. They didn't call it a peak back then. They called it I can't think of what it's called at the second. But anyway, we were nearing the top just before you hit the curve. And yeah, that's that experience. What year? Hang on a minute. 69, 70, 71, 72, 73. 1973. Sorry. It's just how my brain is right now. It's like not connecting with the math. Because in 1972, I saw that. But in 1970, and the ETs were different. The ETs on board that ship, when I saw that, was a different ballgame. The rest is just confetti. What year? Yeah, so that was 1972, and the following year was when my mom and I were abducted in her green van right off the frickin' freeway. And the wheels were still spinning. So, Cherry Beach, I am not Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga. You're a human, what? Human bat hybrid? Bat boy. Okay. Are they friendly? Some extraterrestrials are very friendly. Some are very much love and light. And then there are some that are very legalistic. It's like talking to an attorney. And there's all kinds of mix in there. So, so British Bulldog had said lots of different looking aliens, some with 5 fingers and a thumb. Hey, there's some with 2 fingers and a thumb. There's some, and here's another thing. There's some with those 2 fingers and a thumb that have 4 toes. There are some that have 3 fingers and a thumb and 4 toes, while others have 3 toes. There's some with bent backwards legs that bend, their legs come forward, they go back, forward, and then they come down onto these little, almost kind of like how so I had to take the dog that I live with curled up at my feet the other day, and I went, oh my God, I got to take a picture of your paws, bud. And I got the camera out, and I took a picture, and at that given moment in time, his paw, his foot, his paw, the paw pad went into part of the leg, and it's not the part that it looks when it's laying down. It looked like it was all one part of a foot that walks. Well, of course, with a dog or a cat, that's not what happens. They're walking on the pad. They're not walking on the pad with the leg. And I got to looking at this picture, and I'm like, that is what some ET legs look like. So you've got the pad down here, then you've got this little part of a leg coming up here, and then you've got the real part of the other leg, and it bent backwards and come back. And it's just like, oh my God, this is so the amount of joints, it truly is amazing to me. And some of the pads, I would call them feline, even on some of the reptilians. And oh God, I'm probably going to get nailed for that later on. But anyway, that's how I think of them. Because their toes, their feet are, I've seen feline ET like that, and I've seen reptilian ET like that, but the toes are different. Part of the foot is different. It's not like a dog or a cat, but yet at the same time, it really resembles it. So, kind of interesting. British Bulldog, we have nothing to worry about aliens, God bless. No, I would agree and also disagree with that. There's some I wouldn't want anything to do with. Joe Monk, I totally agree with that. Coming into people's houses uninvited at night and kidnapping people is not loving and thoughtful. Agreed. I do take issue with that. But then again, I also understand the soul contract. The problem with our soul contracts regarding extraterrestrial abductions is that many of us humans do not remember those soul contracts. I sure as F don't remember what the hell's in my soul contract with the extraterrestrials. But I do remember this. It goes for many lifetimes. That said, it also means that they're not just going for genetics. They're also going for the genetics of specific souls. Think about that one. That's a hell of a thought process now, isn't it? And yeah, I agree. If you don't remember, it's a hell of a frickin' process, and it's a real pisser, to say the least. However, also said, and thought process on this, because it is a thought process on this. It's a hell of a thought process. Being and recognizing that you're an abductee and that you're part of one of the hybridization programs. Oh my God, that's so much better. Finally. God, that was driving me nuts. When you talk, I don't know, my lips get dry, but, and then after being targeted, that was the other thing I was going to talk about. I got heavily frickin' targeted last week. So much so, and they used such a low frickin' frequency that my face didn't go bright red and my skin didn't burn, but I felt it internally. But what did fry were my lips. I had what felt like a sunburn on my lips for 4 freaking days. Very freaking painful. And I had to use the only thing that actually stopped, and here's the weird thing. The only thing that stopped the pain of that, because they were so sunburned and so blistered, was straight vitamin D3 oil. I tried the castor oil. The castor oil only got bits of it, but as soon as I put on the, because I was taking vitamin D3 oil, and I was like, okay, well, and then I got some on my lips, and it literally stopped the pain. So, just an FYI, if you're going through targeting via microwave technology, it didn't this time. That was one of the other things I had tried. Because I have vitamin A oil, I've got vitamin D3 oil, I've got vitamin E oil. Nah, the only thing that worked was a combination. I tried the castor oil for 2 days. It worked, but it wasn't strong enough to work all the way through. And the vitamin D3 oil is what really did it. Yeah, that's Joe. That's yeah. I've got vitamin D or vitamin E in a little itty bitty jar about yay big, and it's just enough when. Yeah, I used to make up all kinds of. I used to create and use all different kinds of oils and ointments and different things that I used to make up, and vitamin E was one of my major favorites. Yeah, it is very sticky. But it works. But it didn't this time. So anyway, British Bulldog, who may this be? And just be truthful before you tell me, please. Who may this be? What the heck are you talking about, British Bulldog? Genetics is what? Souls or why? Okay, the rest is just confetti. What do you mean genetics is what? Souls or why? Okay. Um British Bulldog, there are a number of ways to be taken. Just an FYI. It's not fun. Government does it too. Hey, Thomas. Uh, oh, whose genetics do they target? Okay. Um, olive oil fixes everything. Flaxseed or fish oil. Okay, so if you're targeted, take a lot of look into. That's how I should say this. I'm not a doctor. What I have done has worked for me. Look into a lot of fish oils and a lot of omega-3 oils. Trying to think of, and vitamin D3. To protect the body from that kind of lovely little experience. Topically, look into sorry, I just had a roaming thought that went through my head, and I'm like, that's not accurate. Not by any stretch. Look into organic castor oil, organic hexane-free castor oil, and possibly even mixing it with frankincense resin oil, not essential oil, frankincense resin oil. And that can help stop the burning sensation if you're being targeted via microwave weaponry. Jelly Donut, you're back. Hello. I remember you from last week. Organic oregano oil. Yeah, use that too. It's really good for a lot of different things. Look into it, folks. It's the only way I'd want to be taken. The word taken doesn't sound fun, though. Yeah, taken, abducted. I don't know what everybody else calls it, experiencer, being an experiencer. And I'm like, no, I've been abducted. That's how I look at it. And there's different terminologies in ufology for abductees, for ET abductees. And I have a real strong opinion on it because of being an abductee for 57 years. And the word abductee usually means, because you're not just an experiencer, contact is very different. So you get people who say, "Oh, I'm an ET contactee." Well, that term usually means that they have more positive, better experiences. Versus if you are calling yourself an abductee, you typically have negative or detrimental experiences. So the word, now you're getting into terminology and how people think of it. So you might want to think about that when there are times I call myself a contactee when I've had a good experience. Most of the time, I call myself an abductee because it's more accurate. Because, hello, been doing this since 4 years old from what I remember, but from what I've told all my life. So, from birth. Ain't that fun? But the interesting thing is that I have both a good take on it and a bad take on it. And there are some real traumas that it caused me. One of those traumas being that from the time I was 13 years old, they had me pregnant in one of their hybridization programs. And while I was going through that, just a second, my brain's got to do math since I don't have the... Okay, so I was 24. I always forget that. Yeah. So I was 24 years old when I had my human son. Well, I was 20. Well, no, I was 23 when I had him because a month later I was 24. So my point being that, so it was 10 years. I'd been having hybrid infants for 10 years before I gave birth to my human child. And the trauma being, I was absolutely, and unbeknownst to me at the time, because I wasn't consciously aware. I mean, I had that memory of the butterfly nebula, but here at the age of 13 years old, I'm ET hybrid pregnant, as I call it. At 14, they took the infant from me, and 5 months later, put us back together in the circadian rhythm bonding chair, and then took the infant out of my arms and left me terrorized because I couldn't hold my babies. So that was the process. Back then, for me, it was a 5-month pregnancy. But for many other people, it can be 6 weeks, 8 weeks, or 3 months. Well, for me back then, in the hybridization program that I was in, I was pregnant for 5 months. As a virgin, I might add. And that's a big deal. That's a really big deal. So you have 10 years worth of children. I don't remember how many children. I know that there were quite a few in that 10-year time span. But I also know that, or 9-year, because 10th year I would have been pregnant. Anyway, or however that works. I got to do the math again, figure that out. But anyway, so to be pregnant again and to give birth, I was terrified that my human child was going to be ripped out of my arms. I was terrified. I was like, you've got to, keep him in your arms. Do not let him go. Don't, whatever you do. because at that point in time, I wasn't able to, because of what they had me on, I was not able to hold my child until long after I was back in the room, back in the it wasn't labor and delivery room, because I had emergency C-section. So, you gotta make that realization that, and I never understood, it wasn't until I started having my memories that I finally understood why there was this underlying incredible, deep anxiety and fear. Why I was terrified to give birth. It wasn't, and I kept saying, I'm not afraid to give birth. I don't understand why I'm so scared. It wasn't that. Matter of fact, I had a labor and deliver. I had a friend who was a labor and delivery nurse in another hospital who was there, and she goes, "These are some of the strongest." I will never forget that. These are some of the strongest contractions I've ever seen, and I've never seen anybody go through. How did she say it? It was something about the epidural I was going through at the same time I was going through contractions. I did not move. I was because this was going into my spine. This was going into my. The needle was supposed to go directly into my spinal cord, and I was sitting upright, and she's like, "Man, you." And I remember like doing the moaning, the painful moaning, but I don't remember flinching. She goes, "You didn't flinch." And everybody goes through things because I was terrified. And even, when they tested me and all this stuff, I was there, and I was just like, had this underlying terror that I didn't understand. And it wasn't from the actual birth. It was because I was terrified that the ETs were going to come and take my child. And here, my kid, he was 9 pounds. And I was like, I'm not going to have any time with him. And it truly terrified me. But I didn't understand the terror that I was feeling. Had absolutely. It's interesting because medical stuff doesn't scare me. The birth itself didn't scare me. It was the true terror. So you go through that kind of stuff, that's where terror comes in. That's where the fear of this other stuff comes in, because you've been led to constantly believe for the previous 9 to 10 years that this is what's going to take place. And when you're seeing it and then not allowed to remember it, and now I'm remembering a lot of different things, and I haven't done I got a brain fart. I keep trying to say hybridization. It's not hybridization. I have not hypnosis regression. Fucking hell. Pardon my language. And sorry, I keep scratching. I got that little tiny zit right there is itchy. It's starting to drive me nuts again. So I apologize. It's starting to itch my faces. So yeah, there's things like that I take issue with. I take great issue with that. That's why I'm so thankful that and they're still using me that's because I changed my agreement with them. They're still using me for hybridization program. And you can change your soul contract with them. You can. It's like pulling teeth, but you can. It's not easy. Because they are very legalistic, to say the very fucking least. And so you can change it, and I have, and I'm not going to get into what I have and have not agreed to. That you can go back in and listen to some of the previous replays. It's in there somewhere from last year, beginning of last year, if I'm not mistaken, or beginning to middle. It was before June, if I remember correctly. And I did that for a number of reasons. There are a number of things that I want to take place and want to have happen, and they were like, "Oh, okay. Well, then if you're willing for this, what about that?" And I'm like, "No." So some negotiation went through, but it can be done. It's not easy, but you can get them to agree is what I was going to say, but what popped into my head is that's not the way to say it, because then that comes across as manipulative, but it's more about what you each get out of it. That's how I'm trying to say it, very inarticulately. But yeah, baby, okay. Baby, I can't tell what the rest of that mixed track. Baby something mixed track. How did you get back home? They bring you back home. ET, if you're an ET abductee, they will bring you back. Well, typically they will bring you back home where they abducted you from. Not always the case. There's sometimes where the person can be taken. Now, I've known people, well, there's a few people that I know that have had this experience where they are abducted in one location, returned in another. I've had that happen when I was a kid. A couple of times, in fact. One was at my mom's friend's apartment, because my mom asked her to basically babysit me one night. I was taken from her apartment that night and dropped off essentially 4 blocks away, barefoot. Yeah, that wasn't fun. Thank God I know my directions real well. Another time was I was dropped off at home, same time frame, within the same year, let's put it that way. Trying to remember how many blocks. I think it was 3 blocks away that time. Both in the middle of the night, like 3, 4 in the morning, being dropped back off. Being taken around, 9 to 11 p.m. and returned about 3, 4 in the morning. Running across cold cement. The first one was not cold. The first one was not, it was at the end of the summer. The one that was in my mom's friend's apartment. I honestly don't remember if it's an abduction before that or an abduction after that, but it's within that same year. The ground was cold, but it didn't have frost on it. And I remember my toes hurt really freaking bad. So I was dropped off in the wrong location outside. See, that's the difference between now versus then. When I'm taken now, and the ETs were just here on I'm going to start crying if They were just here on Thursday night into Friday morning, or Thursday night into Friday morning. Sorry, my brain. I was trying to remember the actual date. So Thursday into Friday morning, whatever the date of that was. Because that's when. 1 second, please. It's when they took the baby. I go through a grieving Fuck. I go through a grieving process now when they take the kid. And I had a couple of other things happen at the same time, so did not expect to hit the emotional level. Fuck. Anyway, I don't have to worry about the hormones anymore. Because just before they came and got him, the hormones started fixing themselves and doing just right. And I thought, well, this is interesting. So I can't claim this is hormonal. This is grief. So, yeah, and I will eventually get to see my child again. In a number of months from now. And we'll be able to get to do the circadian rhythm bonding chair and hearing him talk. I'm really looking forward to hearing him talk because this experience was very different than many of my other hybrid kids. So that's the whole nother subject. Anyway, okay. I'm not dealing with any more of that shit. Commandante J, hybrid, why not go EV? What do you mean EV? You are so, KRC 2143, you are so full of shit, none of this can be real. Really? Do you know other abductees? It'll be proven one day. No worries about that. Cindy Gardner, 8649. Do you believe your mother was also in the hybridization program as well, hence making you yourself also a hybrid? Hang on a second. My nose is starting to drip. Hang on. God, I hate that when that happens. Anyway, sorry about that. So Sydney Gardner, okay. My mother was in the hybridization program. I only found that out in the last 6 months. I found that out directly from her. She told me, quote unquote, Nikki, you have siblings. My mom died in February of last year, so her death anniversary is coming up this coming month. And in the last 6 months, there's been a hell of an eye-opener to me. She told me herself that I've got hybrid siblings. I have been repeatedly told by other people that I'm a hybrid. I have been also repeatedly told by other people that I am not a hybrid. Personally, I consider myself human. I do not consider myself ET. I never have. Don't know what else to say about that. Just, I consider myself a human. But yeah, she was in the hybridization program. And I don't know how many children she had. I do know that some extraterrestrials can do the hybridization program in such a way that the human female does not need to have a womb. Okay, so in other words, if she's had a hysterectomy, they can still use her. Now, that was a mind bender to me. I actually know a woman where that's happened. That's a hell of a mind bender to me. I have a hard time with that one. But because of this one woman that I know, didn't know very well, but knew, and I knew she was an abductee. When she talked about her stuff, I knew she was. That you recognize other people who are abductees, especially when they start talking. Most abductees know other abductees one way or another. They know them. They either personally know them because they've been on board craft with them. That's how we call it, onboard craft. We don't call it onboard ship. Although I do use that terminology because a lot of people do not. They have a hard time with that statement. What the hell do you mean onboard craft? Well, it's onboard ship. It's what the ETs call it, onboard craft. Or at least that's what I remember. So, yeah, there's that side of this. Good question, Sydney. Cindy, sorry. Good question. The rest is just confetti. Was your child okay? Yeah, my kid was okay. Thank you for asking. How'd y'all get back to Earth? They bring you back. They bring you back to Earth. They put you back. You're truly interested in that? Yeah. Sydney. Gotta keep saying Sydney. It's Cindy, Nikki. Good grief. Sorry. My brain is having a hard time right now for whatever. Well, I know why, but anyway. So Cindy. Finally said it correctly. God. That would definitely be scary. You basically had PTSD, it sounds like. Yeah. I do. I've already been diagnosed PTSD from the childhood sexual abuse that I went through. But this is complex PTSD because it's this whole situation is my entire life. I'm 57 years old. This has been going on. First memory is at age 4 years old when we passed by the Butterfly Nebula and we left Earth, and I remember seeing Earth. It's a strong memory, but it's not as strong as that one. That's definitely a really freaking strong memory. And yeah, it's but yeah, that's PTSD from a very specific experience, and they're hard to deal with sometimes. The memories are hard to deal with. The rest is just confetti. How do you change the contract? Very carefully. You have to write down what you want. Hang on, about to burp. Okay. You have to write down how you want to say it, rehearse it in your head, because you can't take paper with you. You're not abducted with anything. Usually, you're not even abducted with your clothes. It's a whole nother subject. Imagine 20 people up in the air, if you could see them being floated up into an ET ship, and they're all butt-ass naked. And all you see... Oh, that's a thought. Quite the visual there, Nikki. Anyway, because they're usually really well hidden. You're not going to be able to see them going up. Unless you're allowed. It's a whole nother subject. So how do you change the contract? Write what you want down, what you're willing to give up, and what you're willing to not concede in that contract. And make the changes, because it's got to be something, it's got to be a give and take on both sides of it. Okay? So they've got to give, you've got to give. They want something, you want something. That's the end of that's it in a nutshell regarding these kind of contracts with the ETs, with the hybridization part of it anyway. And it's a negotiation tactic, and you've got to be very good at it. Otherwise, you ain't going to get what you want. And you may have to concede some aspects of what you want, but or maybe possibly changing some of it to get them to agree. So you've got to be very firm on what you're absolutely unwilling to go with, and already know how they are. So that's essentially what I did, is I knew what I wanted. And I knew what my cutoff was, but I also knew that they had to keep me alive and as best as possible to get what they want. I'm getting what I want out of it. They're getting what they want out of it. And I already know that there is no changing in the sense of stopping the contract. I already know that. But in this lifetime, I knew that that's how I could change my specific contract with the ETs, soul contract. So, Baby Mix Trek, how did y'all get back to Earth? I truly want to know. I'm very interested. They just return you. They literally, so the process is, for, I don't know what it is for them, but for me and others, not everybody, because everybody is different, but for a number of others, I've heard a number of others describe very similar things than what I've been experiencing. And that is, I get put into a laying down position. I'm usually stripped of what clothing I've got on. And by stripped is, I don't mean that they literally take your clothes off. They put you into a frequency and you fall out of your clothes. And that frequency shift, the clothes literally fall right through you. And when they're putting them back on you, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like the top layer of the clothes. So like the top layer here comes up somehow. I don't understand it. And you go into it. And it's like the frequency, you're in a very, and then they start changing the frequency, and then the clothing starts to barely starts laying on top of you, and the rest of it's like it just kind of molds. I don't know how else to explain it. That's what it feels like to me. I've never visually seen it. I have felt every bit of it. And then you're put back where you were found. Now, if you're upright and you're in a walking sensation, and you're out in public, you'll have your clothes on you. They'll keep your clothes on you. But if you're in home or that kind of environment, then that's what happens. Now, some people, they come back where their clothing is on backwards. So the tag is on front, and like your socks are on kind of like this upside down type of thing, but they're on, and your underwear may be inside out and backwards, but it's on. That kind of thing. So there's, I remember it going straight, ouch, 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 ouch. I remember it I did something to my shoulder in the last 24 hours, and that effort just really hurts right now. But as I remember it, God damn it, Nikki. You go up in this tube of light. That's the only way I can describe it. Now, I've seen the tube of light. I've visually seen the tube of light numerous times. One very specific time that I remember the most, more than anything else right now, and that was just a few years ago. When I was on vacation and walked out into a frickin' forest against my will. I take issue with that. I take great frickin' issue with that. Make us get dressed, get into stuff. They take the pain away in the physical body. I walk with a cane. I wasn't walking with a cane. I was upright. I was completely, they had it to where I had no physical pain whatsoever, and I was like this little mindless automaton. I take great issue with that. Huge, gigantic issue with that. Okay? It's not okay in my book on something like that, but you had the beam of light came down, and there were, I don't know, somewhere between 15 and, I don't know, say 22 people in that group. There were a lot of us, but there were 7 to 9. I remember seeing 7 around, and I know that there were at least one, or not, if not 2 behind me. Directly, one was directly behind me. Another one was over here. I could see him out of the corner of my eye. I could see the reflection of him. And they're 7-foot tall grays that are so pasty gray that when you're even a few feet away from them, they look white. But they're not. They're actually, if you get up really, really close to their skin, they're actually, it's a gray color. But yeah, yeah, they're telepathic. A lot of them are telepathic. Um, yeah, I get it. I was really pissed them off and barely made it back. Don't think I've been abducted since. Says Karen. Yeah, that can happen too. I've fought them. I've actually physically fought them. Yeah, many do speak telepathically, but not all of them do. Um, baby, baby mix track. How long exactly did they keep you for? The longest time? That's truly chilling to know. Oh, somewhere between 9 to 22 days, I think was the longest. 22 up to 22 was the longest. 9 to 17 I remember, but I think 22 was the longest. Days, not hours, days. But in returning you, there's a time dilation on board ship. There's a time dilation with the being returned. So time dilation on board ship is different than the time dilation on board when they return. I don't understand that. I do not know how it works. That's just what I know. Hang on one second, folks. Earl Sacco official. I'm so sorry to hear that. My condolences. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's actually true, Drew. Yeah, Drew knows his stuff. Andrew Gnome's Trucking Express. Now, if you get taken by good ETs, they will fight over you against the bad ones. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Such a terribly frightful experience. Yeah, it really can be. Um, yeah, I've gone through a lot of multiple losses. Last week we talked, last broadcast live stream, we talked about grieving. It's a grieving process. You have to go through your own grieving process sometimes. Yeah, humor helps, says Philip. Yep. What's the longest they kept you? Oh, did that already. And what about my mom? Oh, so I got told that I had many brothers and sisters, because I do consider them brothers and sisters, that are hybrids. And I do believe my dad was an abductee. Well, I was going to say almost positive, but I know I am because of different things that he's talked about. But mom is the one who's been saying, yeah, I've had numerous children. And it's just been a hell of an eye opener to me, to make that realization that, and my own son, he's, because I tried to make the same comment to one of my hybrid infants at the time, and not this one, but a different one, and the one from last year, 2024 into 2025. Hang on, I'm gonna have something to eat. Just a minute. Okay, so apparently my blood sugar's starting to drop a bit. And no, I'm not diabetic. Anyway, so my mom had numerous hybrid children. And I made a comment somewhere between 2024 and 2025 when I was hybrid ET pregnant. I made the comment to my hybrid because they're telepathic with the moms. If you did not know that, they are telepathic. And they can even make it sound like your own voice, and it's part of your self-talk when it's not. And that fun. Yeah, I learned that one the hard way. That's a whole nother subject. Anyway, so I made a comment to my hybrid. I'm like, well, you are my sons, your brothers. And he started screaming. I am not. He is not my brother. My son, when I saw him, about 12 hours later, I made the same comment. And he's like, we are not siblings. We aren't even step siblings. Because I had made the comment, because I tried to make the comment to both of them, well, you're like step siblings. We are not. We're not. Both of them. Same mentality. Absolutely not. Me, with what I remember, with what I've experienced as being a mother of a lot of hybrid children, and I don't give two shits if you don't believe me or not. My own family doesn't believe. I don't care anymore. I don't give a flying fart in fucking space. I don't care. This is my life. This is my experiences. And this is what is happening to me. And I now consider the children that my mother had, they are my siblings. We are part of a family. All of us. And I found out in the last 6 months. 6 months? Yeah, 4 months. 4 months, 6 months. Last 4 months to 6 months. That my adult hybrid children have had children of their own. I'm a grandmother. And I started doing the woohoo dance, and I was extremely ecstatic and happy, and they're telling me more information because I'm more open to it. I'm willing to be a contact for them because I am accepting of the extraterrestrials. Now, there's some I'm not too enthusiastic about, but, that's kind of how it is with us humans, too. There's some of us humans I'm not enthusiastic about. And I got choice words for certain ones. But besides that, I'm willing to communicate with them telepathically. I'm willing to communicate with the ones that are verbal. There's not a whole heck of a lot that, a lot of them would rather speak telepathically than speak verbally. Although now that I think about it, the 8-foot tall female that was standing beside me, reptilian, she was both telepathic and verbal. She was verbal when it was okay to say things, and she went telepathic when it wasn't okay to say things, which told me that she was not their particular species of ET were not hive-minded. In other words, some ETs are kind of like what we would call a hive mind, others are not. So just think about that. Uh, so hopefully that answers some questions. Okay, I'm going to take a moment and read and have a little piece of this protein bar. Hang on a minute. Thank you, baby mix track. I'm so sorry for your loss, and my prayers are with you. Thank you. My mom didn't remember. The rest is just confetti. Wonder why your mom waited to tell you. My mom didn't remember. She was well controlled by the ETs. Let's just put it that way. I thought that had fallen. Move that back over there. It's not as bad as yesterday, thank God. Okay. Oh, sorry for the loss of your mom. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was a rough one. I'm still grieving. Well, that's an interesting question, Rita Blanco 29. You look racist, are you? No. The fuck? Where does the baby grow? In the womb area, if they've got one, even if they don't. Yeah, that's fine, Joe. Go for it. Credible advancement. Yeah, okay. Okay. I think I answered. Yeah, I did answer that. Baby mix track. What was the longest they kept you? You released, and that's crazy because I've had a complete hysterectomy myself. Yeah, yeah, I get it. No, I wouldn't call them racist. I would call some of them. I wouldn't. I don't know what. I don't know what to call them. They have. Some of them have an interesting take on humans. Some of them don't like humans at all. Some of them think humans are just fine, but we're infantile. We're not looked down as all that smart because we're in our infancy, according to many different kinds of ETs. So, but I'm truly sorry that happened to both of you and your mom. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Do you have children on Earth? Yes, I have one biological child. Yeah, complex PTSD. Joe Snocker. Hello. I'm back in far up in chat, so hang on, guys. Ouch. Oh, I've answered that. Um, Amy Leah 5441. So many words and I have no clue what the fuck you're saying. Okay. Who's their leader? Don't they have females? Oh, yes, they do. Oh, yes, they do. So that question came from the rest is just confetti. Who is their leader? Depends on which species. And don't they have females? Oh, yeah, they have females. I've seen a lot of different females and males. Did you guys agree upon the contract? It's a done deal, says Andrew. Yeah. Okay, now I know where we're at. All right. Joe says tequila and aliens make your clothes fall off. Yeah, I know right where we're at. Okay, so I'm really quite far up in the. Hang on, I'm getting there. Okay. Yeah, Cindy, my opinion on Bigfoot is they are a hidden race of people. Yeah. Whoops. Joshua, I think that's Joshua. 8248. How does one become like this? You become an ET abductee. Could be genetics they're going after, could be something else. Well, it was mainly paranormal subjects tonight, Cindy, and it's kind of gotten into the ET stuff. But yeah, the subjects tonight are paranormal, spirits, ETs, SSP, and more. So, yeah, we've kind of hit all of them and then some. Oh, excellent question, baby mix track. Do your hybrid babies look like human or different? Maybe like a mix of you and ET. Both. I've had my firstborn. God, she's gorgeous, and the only one that has ever caught. It was Paramarv. Paramarv, if you're around, you can put the name in the chat because I'm not saying that name. That's a legal fiasco waiting to happen. But my firstborn is very much a combination of me, human, and a specific tall species of ET. And she's about 7 feet tall. Gotta look over here. 7 to 8 feet tall. I had it written down. I just don't keep track of the exact number because it's just so ridiculous. It's like it can actually identify my children, my hybrid children, to government if they ever came across them. No frickin' way in hell. So I try to generalize on height. I try to generalize on certain things because I don't want my children targeted. I'm already a targeted individual. Sure as F do not need to be a targeted individual because of me. Sorry, I'm getting more of this protein bar. This peanut butter protein bar, which I'm not used to having peanut butter anymore. It's rather interesting. It's good, but it's rather interesting. It's probably one of the highest protein bars I've come across so far. Anyway. But she's drop dead gorgeous. I mean, she is a specific looking extraterrestrial, but yet has the skin coloring of that extraterrestrial, but yet has and I can't say that either because that will definitely define. So anyway, and she's got this beautiful long black hair. She's just a stunner. That was the first words out of my head were, "Oh my God, you're gorgeous. You're beautiful." And she had this little glint of a smile, and I just went, I just embarrassed myself. I found out what her mom thinks of her. And I already knew that what she was doing, she's, I've known for a long, long time. She's a scientist. She's some kind of doctor. Pretty freaking awesome, in my opinion. And what is she now, 43? I don't know. Somebody subtract 57 from 13. Well, she was born at 14, when I was 14, so. But anyway, yeah. Let's see, what else do we got here? You don't know if you're ready to be a grandmother, says Philip. Okay. Cindy, that is my next question. Okay, what's your next question, hon? Laura Mail Hot, Mally Hot, 9364. See, I'm sorry if I'm not saying these correctly. My eyes, the font is so tiny on this screen. So I'm just going to say Laura, or Laura M. I think early humans mistook aliens as gods. Ezekiel chapter 1 sounds like an alien abduction. Yeah, there's a couple things in the Bible that sound like an alien, but that's kind of beside the point. But yeah. Earl, how do I sign up? Trust me, you don't want to sign up. Andrew is saying, okay, it's after midnight. Who fed the trolls and food? Yeah, exactly. Oh, good question, Cindy. Do you think or have even the slightest belief that the ETs are actually the Watchers? Okay, in my own personal opinion, and from what I've heard from others, others that I actually trust and know, in ufology, I should say, the Watchers are a form of the ETs. There's a section, or there used to be, I don't know if there still is, there's a section of ETs that are known as the Watchers. Now, here's the other side of that. Here's the paranormal side of that. What I remember, because I remember over 105, 106, 105, 100, going into 106 lifetimes, past lifetimes. One of those lifetimes, I remember there is a Watchers group that is in the hierarchies. And they are... they're a whole different ballgame, man. There's something... They are something not to... You don't want to contend with them on any level. By any stretch of the imagination. That's my personal opinion. But yeah, many people that I know that are in ufology and that have really deep experiences like I do, they talk about there's a certain group of extraterrestrials that are known as the Watchers. But I also know there's a specific group of hierarchies that are also, they're one of the many different councils, but they're known as the Watchers as well. So there's that. Is that a drink, Joe? A Modelo? Hey, family dude from the Netherlands. Hello. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Drew. Amy, if you're still around, thank you. Para, thank you for stopping in. Robert, thank you for stopping in. Little Cam, thank you for stopping in. All my mods, oh my God, thank you so very much. I'm not going to be on very much longer. I just wanted to say that I know that I usually go, I've been going 4 and 5 hours. I don't want to do that tonight. What's this stream about? Prash. Okay, I'm just going to call you Prash because I can't even begin to go down that whole thing. Prash 9125. Okay, what's this stream about? Paranormal, spirits, ETs, SSP, which is Secret Space Program, and more. And right now we're talking about extraterrestrials. Cindy Gardner's 8649, or demons or fallen angels that are doing just as they did in biblical days, taking women and reproducing men as well to reproduce their kind. Yeah. Evo. Absolutely not repeating that. And that man's name is not allowed. Those two individuals' names are not allowed in my chat, period. Because Joe's asking how I'm able to see different things that you've knocked out of chat. It pops up on my screen a certain way. That's how I know. I'm trying to get farther down into the chat. Sup, baby girl. Okay, who are you? Moses Aries, 7757. Sup, baby girl. Okay, hello. Praise Bob. Philip, are you saying praise Bob as in the little yellow minion? Bob the Minion. Downloading update. What the F? Something just popped up on my screen. Downloading update? What the hell? Ladies 211. Okay, let's see. One time. I'm getting down there, Paul. I don't have much time left. Hello, Paul. Which Paul are you? Okay. Paul, no sound. Oh, you're probably missed muted while we're snacking real quickly. Yeah. Okay, getting there. Yeah, as Andrew Gnomes Trucking says, once you get into the hybridization program, good luck getting out. No shit, Sherlock. Boy, that's a truth. Miss Anubis, I was attacked by wow, shit, are the black orbs with a white ring in the middle? It stole your memories. Wow. Okay, I'm getting back there. Oh, okay, I understand, Philip. Okay, J.R. Bob. Okay, got it. I'm at the bottom. I'm finally at the current chat. Okay. Finally. Damn. Sydney. God damn it, I did it again. Sorry, Cindy. I don't know why, but my brain is converting your name from Cindy to Sydney, and I don't know why. Maybe there's a Sydney trying to come through. I don't know. I'm not feeling anybody. Okay, I would love one night. Okay, this is from Cindy. One night I would love to get a conversation started about what you think or what you believe about. Oh, Tartaria. Oh, you mean Inner Earth? You specifically meaning Inner Earth? Let's have a conversation. Excuse me. Okay. Oh, that has pea protein in it. Oh, isn't that fun? Okay. I said it was there from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. Wow. It stayed around for a while. I can't figure out if it was alien or the government. Okay, Miss Annabis. Regarding a statement or a comment you made. So there's ET abductions that are solely straight ET abductions. Then there are extraterrestrial abductions, and those extraterrestrials work with human global governments. Okay? Now, that specifically means that's a different program. Okay? That also means that you're dealing with very nefarious situations. Start looking into what SSP is, secret space programs. Not all of SSP deals with space, but they do have multiple programs. Multiple programs. Look into things like that. If you are an ET abductee and you want support groups, let me know. There's a couple of really good ones that I know of. So hit me up. Okay, so I can be emailed at restorebelief2022@gmail.com. I'm here on YouTube, Restore Belief with Nikki. I'm on Facebook, facebook.com/Nikki.Jacobs. Okay, so Nikki is spelled Nikki dot Jacobs, Jacobs .376. I'm also on X, formerly Twitter, Restore Belief with Nikki. Instagram, Nikki, Nikki _ angels, the letter R, and then the word life. Angels are life. Twitch, I'm on as Angels Are Life. So angels, the letter R, and then the word life. So that's where you can find me. The thing that I post on most is YouTube and Facebook. I'm rarely on the others, but you have access to me, and that's where you can find my things. But Miss Annabis, hit me up with a Gmail and we'll talk support groups if you are an ET abductee. From the little bits and pieces that I'm scrolling up and reading here, I can give you some contacts to get in contact with if you've got memories and things and you've got concerns and things that you've experienced. So that might be useful to you. Baby Mix Trap, do you? Not do you. That's my dyslexia. Hang on a second. I gotta look at that again without the dyslexic shit, please. Thank you. You do spiritual stuff. Can you communicate with loved one who have passed? I lost my only daughter when is 16 days from SIDS, and my fiance 5 months later in 2008. I would love to hear anything from them. Yeah, I can, but I'm not hearing anything. And since you've been in chat, I haven't picked up a single solitary thing on any of it for you. Do you know who Philip is? Because when I was in the shower, I don't know, but But that was a name that came through when I was in the shower, and it's not Philip who's in chat. Philip Blair 20. It's not him. It was a spirit that came through. So I don't know if that reversed to you or if the name is Sydney, and that is why I keep saying Sydney instead of Cindy. I know I'm dyslexic, but that is not a normal thing. When I see the name Cindy, I do not revert. That's not a normal thing. So I'm trying to figure out where that. But I don't have a sensation of a spirit coming through. I'm getting the name Jordan right now. I don't know what that means to anybody. Apparently Jordan is a 5 or 6-year-old kid. Feels like it's a boy. Your headset reminds me of when I worked at a call center. No offense, I'm the guy that worked there. That's fine, Corvus. Oh my god. Corvus album. Clever. It's really clever. We are Sydney, says Philip. Yeah. Cindy, actually about the one that got destroyed, or if they are watching over my and my other 3 boys. Actually about the one that got destroyed. I'm not, my brain's not connecting that, Cindy. So you might have to get a little bit more in detailed. I'm just not connecting with it right now. Baby mix track, or if they are watching over. Oh, that I do know. Our loved ones, those who love, those who are alive right now. Okay, those on the other side who have loved, the ones who are still alive and living, they will watch over family. They will watch over us. They will watch over our children, our grandchildren, great-grandchildren, etc. Oh yeah. They can be in the room if you've got infants in the room and say I don't know why I'm thinking of this, but for example, say you've got an infant in a crib and you had a son who was an older teenager, and this is what I'm literally, this is the storyline that I'm getting right now. And I don't know who it's from. I just know it's from one specific spirit. And it's like a 17-year-old boy, and he's deceased, and he's watching over his infant sister in a crib. I don't know the name of the 17-year-old boy. I don't know the name of this infant in the crib. She appears to be... somewhere between... Well, each kid is different. So, somewhere between 8 months to a year and a half. She looks more like she's like, I would say more like 10 months, not 8, Nikki. Yeah, I would say 10 months to a year and a half old. I have no idea who this story is for, but what I know is that sibling is making sure she's protected when she sleeps at night. That's a big deal because, as I talked about last week, there are creepy crawlies that can come in and they like to feed on children's. That's a really big deal. So the fact that this 17-year-old male is watching over on the other side as a spirit. He's not, I don't think he's her spirit guide, but I do believe he is her protector. He loves and cares about her, and I don't know when he died. I don't know if it was before this little girl was conceived or if it was while her mama was pregnant with her or if it was shortly after her birth. I have no idea. I have no idea about the rest of this story, but this is what I know. This is what I was being shown, and I'm just like stunned by this, and why I'm not being given names. So, I don't understand that. Although the name Amy is coming up, A-M-Y, or A-M-I-E-E, which that alone is unusual. Hang on one second. My toes are cold. And hang on. I'll go get my slippers on. Apparently I got my slippers on backwards. Okay. This other one was getting its nice little... Oh, that's a warm... Oh, that's better. One foot was cold, one foot wasn't. Okay, there we go. All right. So there's an answer to your question. Sarah Daniel, 1985. Hi from New Zealand. Hello, New Zealand. Hello, Sarah. Thank you, Andrew, for being mod. Thank you, Joe, if you're still around. Thank you. Blue chicken. Blue chicken's in the house? Really? Blue chicken. Blue chicken where? She needs the email again? Oh, okay. Should know it, but it's easier for me just to do this off the page. Restore. R-E-S-T-O-R-E. Belief. B-E-L-I-E-F 2022 at gmail.com. What is dyslexia? Oh, that's a whole nother thing. So dyslexia is when you read or see letters backwards, or also happens with numbers. Yes. Can also happen with sentences too. You can put one word that's from over here at the beginning of a sentence because your eyes are scanning, constantly scanning. Yeah, do you have a mother or grandmother? She's with a grandmother, some type of grandmother person. That's what I'm picking up. That's literally, it's grandmotherly type of figure, baby mix track. She's not a baby anymore. She's looks like a 5-year-old, like a 5-6-year-old little girl. But I'm getting grandma. And if it's not grandma, it's great grandma. It's a grandmotherly figure. Somebody that you would trust. Yeah, you're welcome, Miss Annabis. I got your Instagram. I will message you tomorrow for support groups. I cannot thank you enough. Yeah, you're very welcome. When you were asking me about Inner Earth, no, I was talking about No, I don't know about that. That's something that you should ask our Keith Andrews on. Our Keith Andrews about. There we go. And somebody can put the link to his YouTube channel. He would understand that more than I would. Lost Coast EDC. I had trouble with my... I had trouble with my Sydney app today, and I was thinking about that word, laugh out loud. Yeah. Corvus album. Stop what, hun? Cindy, supposedly we were already an advanced world society, even more so than we are now. We had access to free energy, etc., but the world was destroyed in order for powers that be could, among other things, charge for electricity. Okay, here's what I know. There were surface dwellers that went into inner Earth. That I know. Part of what you're talking about reminds me of Atlantis. I was on Atlantis. I was head of security for Atlantis. I have very distinct memories of Atlantis. Okay. I also have giant blank sections in between those memories. And Atlantis was destroyed, in my opinion, because of stupidity. But that's another ballgame. So, anyway, talking about power. Baby mix track. That's crazy because my daughter would be 17 this year, and my middle son had 13th episode where he stopped breathing, and now I have a 5-year-old son who has serious health issues and made it through everything. Whoa. Holy crap. Wow. Baby mix track. Wow. Shalom Ahmed. Hey, what's up? Got it, Queen. Thank you. Okay. What's your name? I am Nikki. How are you? What's your name? Are you England citizen? No, I am not. I am a United States citizen. Miss my mom a lot. Feel for anyone's loss. Yeah, I understand, Joshua. Joshua Taft, 5541. Mom's mother passed a few years ago. Yeah, that's hard. I understand all of that. I really do. Isaiah 6 verse 8 says, there are demons speaking and planting these thoughts into her. Lies. All of it. And I rebuke it in the name of Jesus. Well, that's fine. Go right ahead. The dead do not speak. Oh, aren't you full of shit? Oh, you crack me up. You're absolutely full of shit. That's all right. That's your opinion. That's your belief system. That's your belief system, so that's what you believe. Alrighty then. You don't want to be involved in here? Then why the hell are you in here trolling? Because that's essentially what you're doing. You're trolling and spamming. Ain't that fun? Not. Because that'll get your ass blocked. Passed away last August. I'm so sorry for your loss, hon. Baby mix track. That's absolutely my grandmother, and I'm definitely going to message you privately. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Isaiah, why are you going to continue being in here and troll? If you don't believe any of this and you believe this is utter bullshit, then why are you continuing to be in my chat? That's on you and you alone. Nobody else but you. Philip Blair, our Keith Andrews is awesome. Yes, I totally and completely agree. Love him to pieces. He's an awesome person. Andrew Gnomes Trucking Express. Yes, our Keith Andrews. Josh Lemuria, what about it? Ever feel bad about my intelligence? I'm in here to make myself feel better because this lady is just stupid and lost. Says Slaw Sung Dog. And aren't you full of shit? Somebody else. Yeah, they wanted to make money from their masses. Not what I remember about Atlantis. Well, Tataria, there is a real Tataria, but that's not how I understand it. So I don't speak on that, but I do know about the under earth or inner earth, underground, inner earth, whatever, some of it anyway. Cindy. Atlantis was an advanced society. Yeah, it very much was beautiful. Cindy, thank you, Nick. Yeah, you're very welcome, hun. This is not bullshit. This is very real stuff. Yes, it is very real stuff. I agree. Jan 3359 says, good morning, or good Sunday morning. Hello, hun. How you doing? And Express says, Butch Witkowski was another great mind on the subject. Oh, yes. Oh, God. He was phenomenal. Loved Butch. Oh, the man knew his stuff. If you want to see good replays with interviews with Butch, I'm having a hard time speaking now, with Butch Witkowski, go look on Spaced Out Radio on YouTube. It's known as SOR. But look at Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott and scroll his past live broadcasts, and you will scroll down, go a couple of years back, and you'll find interviews with Butch Witkowski. The man knew his stuff. He's on the other side now, but yeah, he the man knew his stuff. Was awesome individual. Baby mix track. Right when you said a grandmother figure, I knew it was my grandmother. She was always so protective of me. I know she would be of my daughter as well. Thank you so much. Oh, you are so welcome, my dear. You are so welcome. Yeah, see, you get me talking. That's the thing. That's why I'm not an on-demand psychic. I mean, there are times where I used to be really on-demand, and then I started getting targeted, and I can't say that anymore. So I'm not an on-demand psychic. I have to talk to you a little bit and talk about anything. It could be innocuous, and boom, I start getting information left and right, and sometimes like what I was shown that helped her. So yeah, it's just how it is sometimes. And that's why I don't charge. It's like, why the hell would you charge for something that it doesn't come through? That's ridiculous. So I have very specific take on it. But now as an energy worker, I'm damn fucking good at it. I know my stuff. So that's a different ballgame. And I should be charging for that, but I haven't. That's a different situation. But anyway. Okay, so moving on. Robert McGregor, 3502. The power of vibration is very real. All life is energy. Thank you, sir. Most appreciated. Completely agreed. Steve Dittman, M5B. Really now? That's quite the little sexualized comment. Can never say it right either, Nikki. Okay. You get the chance to check out that Australian. Oh. Which one? There's a couple of them. Matthew. Matthew Calamari 9030. I gather you like squid and octopus? Octopi? Matthew, have you ever, hey, you ever get a chance to check out that Australian painter guy? You're gonna have to remind me. No, I didn't. Not at least that I'm thinking of right now. So Matthew, hit me up privately and message me, and remind me of the guy's name and all of that, because I couldn't tell you right now. Mm-hmm. Good quote, Philip Blair. Good Bible quote. Oh, that's a good question. Jim Hogan, 1017. Are aliens attracted to you? They are attracted only because they've got implanted devices in my physical body and in my aura, which can happen. Vasily G6H. We are not proselytizing on my channel. I do agree with that. However, we are not proselytizing on my channel. Hear me loudly and clearly when I say that. We're not dealing with that. I just emailed you. Okay. Zach Vaughn, 5109. You are fucking delusional. Is that all you gotta say? You can't even be nice. You can't even be appropriate. You can't be even respectful in somebody's chat. You've got to say something like that. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I need to get out of here because we're getting down there. Hello, Wonder Boy. Good morning. Lordy William. Hello. Oni in Yidai 4851 said hello. All I know is Cindy, I think I was going to say September. God, I think it's the 8th. So whatever the 8th is, that's the Super Bowl, I think. Lordy, greetings, ma'am. Hello. Whoa. I got somebody in here who just ate garlic. Whoa. What'd you do? Eat a whole fucking head of garlic? Oh my God. Sorry, I got a government asshat in here who smells like reeks of garlic. Oh my god. Cindy, okay, thank you. February 8th is the Super Bowl. Thank you, Philip. Can you read Spence Hudson? Can you read my week? I am thinking of career change. Well, the first word I heard in my head was don't. I don't have anything else. No frickin' idea. Why? No information as to what you should look into. Nada. I don't like it when I receive information like that, so definitely don't go off of what I'm saying. Not on that. That's ridiculous. I typically hear more than that. Anyway, tomorrow's. Oh, thank you, Cindy. Tomorrow's the Grammys. I love watching shows like that. I love the fashion. Hello. That's really the only reason why I like watching the Grammys or watching the shows, because I love watching for fashion. Seahawks. Yeah, I'm a Seahawks fan, to say the least. Super Bowl, Patriots or Seahawks? Oh God, they're two of my favorite teams. Oh. See, this is where I have to get my head out and just let the psychic play, because if my head gets involved in that, then I get into the critical thinking side of this, and the critical thinking side outweighs the psychic side when it comes to football. So, how close is it going to be? I just heard something I don't want to verbally say out loud. Oh. I think I might have to put some money on this one after what I just heard. Go Hawks. Wow. That was kind of cool. Don't know. Oh, and if I brag, but hello. Wouldn't it be a blast? Oh my god, am I a government asset? I have no idea. Baby mix track, I will email you after a while. I need to get to bed. Hope everyone has a great night and be blessed. And Nikki, I will be in touch soon. Thank you so much for your kind words. Yeah, let me write your name down, because otherwise I'm going to forget it. Baby. Can't tell if that's an R or an M. It's either RN or it's an M. B. Track. Okay, so infant death. This one was an infant death and okay, email. We'll email. Okay, so I've got that in there. What the hell is this fucking update shit? Anyway, hello, I just came across you. Anything pick up for me? A loved one, possibly. Heather Glass, 452. Who's Anne? I can't tell if it's A-N-N or A-N-N-E. Who's Anne? I don't have a clue. Could be even... Okay, this is going to come across really bad. Little old lady is what I keep getting. Whoever Anne is, she's a little old lady. And I don't necessarily mean little as in physical stature. She's an older lady. I don't know if it's a grandmother or somebody that you knew as an infant even, somebody that you knew as a little girl, little boy, little, I don't know. It's just little kid. A little kid at the time. The name Anne. Okay, what's Bergmont or Bergamont have to do with anything? Well, that was interesting. Love the smell of garlic. I usually do too, but that was so pungent. Love Italian food. Yeah, same here. Keeps the vampires away. Fair enough, thank you. I am in waiting period and I will see you soon. Okay. Spence Hudson. Okay. And the singing. I'm Sicilian, says Miss Annabis. Okay. Seahawks, yeah. Okay. Miss Annabis, you are so real and so freaking cool. Thank you. Yeah, authenticity. That's kind of a big deal to me. Drew says, pretty close, Nikki. Close game. Yeah, it's going to be a big one. Cindy Gardner, I know. Nikki is so good. Thank you so much. You got time to make bets. Yeah, there's actually somebody I know, but anyway. Hat guy, how old are you? Venus Raj OV70P says, I feel to say hello, Mama. You are so sweet, mother figure. Thank you. I appreciate that. Spencer, how do you know how many past lives you had, or how do you know you've met someone in this life from a past life or future life? Well, for somebody like me, Spence Hudson, mine usually comes with I either start talking with somebody or if they're in front of me and we're talking, all of a sudden I get either a psychic hit or if I've shaken their hand or if I've hugged them, or it doesn't have to be touch. I can be simply around somebody and there's like a resonance feeling of it's a frequency feeling. I just don't know what to call it. But like a resonance between and you, and it depends. Like, okay, here's an example. I had I had a girlfriend who I consider a loved one now. She, okay, come on, stay put. Won't fall, stay. Okay, that is being a problem. Come on. Stay. How long it's going to stay, I don't know. Okay. But she and I met through her sister. And the three sisters and I were and their mother were on. No, their mother wasn't on the phone at the time. And she comes on and she starts talking about something, and and it was something she said. I still have yet to be able to, I couldn't tell you what the hell it was, but the next thing I had was this psychic download. I mean, it just poof, hit me like a ton of bricks. And, 3777 on the numbers, and 40034. And it was really intense. And I was like, oh my God, I know you. And we continued on in the course of a number of hours of conversation, the three of us, and then she and I eventually connected and started talking. And wow, one thing after another after another. We've had a number of lifetimes together, and it was a real big eye opener. She was somebody in one of my lifetimes. She was a major player in my lifetime. Real big deal. And and in another lifetime we were not biologically related, but we were as close as siblings can be. And in this lifetime, it's almost kind of like a really sisterly type of situation. So that's, comes down to a feeling, comes down to a sensation. If you get a psychic hit, it's different. Different ball game. Sorry, I was trying to stop myself from coughing. My story makes sense to you, kind of going through the same stuff, says Venus Raj. Okay. I don't know that name, Philip. Miss Annabis, I am Anna Maria. Oh, hello, Anna Maria. Whoa. Just as I'm looking up, I come across and it says, your has been reconnected. I'm like, hello. Unknown fear of losing children, and my body stays so tense all the time without thinking it, but body can feel it. Yeah, I understand that one. Mine comes down to an ET abductee and a forced participant in frickin' government shit. Oh, interesting. I've been looking up Anne Boleyn. Yeah, that's a different subject right there. Bad guts? Hello, my gaming. Hi. Cindy, I know one thing. You certainly do not look your real age. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so that brings up a subject that I don't talk about very often, but one of the things that I have done since I was, so let's see, I had my son at 23, 24. By the time I was 27, 28, I was seeing naturopath doctors. And one of the things that they taught me was to take very good care of your intestines, your gut microbiome, and your intestinal tract. And at the age of, God, I'm 57 now. I think I was 52. I think I was either 50 or 52. I'm gonna think about that a minute. Anyway, when I had my last colonoscopy, the doctors and the nurses were asking, how is it that you have a colon of a 35-year-old and you're in your 50s? What are you doing? We want to know. It's exactly what it's supposed to look like in your 30s, not in your 50s. And they were very happy about it. So back in the day, in my mid to late 20s, I started taking care of my gut microbiome. I was doing a lot of the right kind of acidophilus, because they're all different kinds out on the market. And back then, it was either the stuff on the shelves, which did not have live culture in it, or the stuff that was real expensive that you bought in the refrigerator section of specific kinds of health food stores. So I did a lot of acidophilus. I took care of my gut microbiome by acidophilus, a lot of garlic, a lot of raw garlic, a lot of oh god, garlic is either Garlatrin 5000 or Garlicin. These are the product names. 4000. I never remember which is which, but those were the two best out on the market that didn't have you burping up garlic forever. I did a lot of omega 369 oils. I did a lot of flaxseed oil, a lot of lecithin, things of that nature. Vitamin D was involved. Liquid vitamin D3 was involved. Trying to think of other things. There were a number of quercetin, CoQ10. So I've done a lot of those things consistently for 20 plus years. Some of the time I would, so I did the omega 3s all the way up until I was right up until my 40th birthday. And then between 40 and about 48, I had decreased it quite a bit. So that 20 years made a significant difference on the body and my health. And I think also the genetics are part of that because my mom looked very young. But at the same, whoa. God, I hope that got caught on camera. I just saw an orb. Itty bitty little teeny tiny MFer. Wow. White. That was interesting. And so, and the thing that I've done since high school is I don't just wash my face. I use a scrubber. And when you use a scrubber, you're removing, and do your own freaking research into this. When you use a gentle facial scrubber or a body scrubber, you're removing dead skin cells off your body. And so you're washing all of that away. And so then you have that in the mix. I used to wear a lot of makeup all the time. But I was also very health conscious in sunscreen because of being out in the snow with the kids, with my kid and the neighborhood kids, as were some of the other parents. Not all of them were, but some of them were. And we would play in the snow in winter time. And believe me, we had snow a lot in the wintertime in Seattle in the 1990s and early 2000s. And over time, you have 2 weeks of snow here. And the last couple of winters, not so much. But when we do get it, it's like you get even a quarter of an inch and everybody freaks out. But, because it's usually always rain or heavy wind, and every once in a blue moon you hit a tornado every once in a while in Washington, and people just are like, "No way, that's a lie." Look the frickin' news stories up. But that's how I've dealt with all this stuff, and so people always ask me, how do you keep your skin? How do you do this? Matter of fact, when I was, God, I'm trying to remember how old I was. It was after my kid was born. I had to have been about 28 or 29 years old. And I had walked through what was Northgate Mall, because Northgate Mall is not there anymore. I had walked through Northgate Mall. I had gone to the car. I had walked through the Bon Marché because the car was out by the Bon Marché, out by the side of the Bon Marché. And which that section of the mall was kind of on an inclined hill. And I came back through because I was getting something. I can't remember what the hell I was getting out of the car, but I was getting something out of the car, bringing it back with me. And I was walking back through the Bon and through the makeup counter. And one of the women who was a sales rep at one of the makeup counters actually came out from behind the counter and stopped me, and she goes, "How did you do your makeup?" And I said, "What?" She goes, "I saw you from down the hall." She goes, "I didn't think you were wearing any makeup." And she goes, "When you got closer, you're wearing makeup. How did you get your makeup? What did you do?" And I'm like, "Oh." And I told her, I said, "Well, you blend it. It's all about the blend." I'm like, "You should know this." She goes, "I do, but I don't see somebody come in very often that has what you do. You've always got back then you always had the defined line." See, I'm not wearing any makeup. I've always had a defined line, and it's always freaked me out. There's always been a significant difference between this color of skin on my neck and this color of skin on my face. I've always been very self-conscious of it. And so I always, when I was a kid and I was pestering my mom at a very early age, 8, 9, 10 years old, to put makeup on. And she was like, "No, you're not wearing makeup." And then it got to the point to where, okay, you can wear mascara, but you're not wearing eyeliner, and you're not going to look like Joan Jett. That's what I remember my mom saying. "You're not going to look like Joan Jett. You're not going to wear the eyeliner." Like, "Oh, Mom, no." Like, okay. So, in the late 1970s, I think I was about 10 years old, Because I remember walking into Woolworths going, I got my $2. I can go get my mascara. It was like $2.99 or something like that back then, or $1.99. And I had, anyway, I had to have enough money to get bubble gum afterwards. I got my mascara and I got my bubble gum. Yeah, but anyway, so here I am in my late 20s, and this woman's standing there, and she goes, I really want to know how you do that. And so I told her, I said, it's not a big deal. She goes, no, it is a big deal. Do you have any understanding? And I said, okay, you have to understand something. My mom bought me a makeup book, and I can't remember. It was like, I think it was a L'Oreal makeup book in the 1980s. I think it was 1980 or 81. And by then, I was already wearing a lot of mascara because I was trying to get the lashes as long as I possibly could. And then I got into wearing blue eyeshadow. Oh my God, the blue eyeshadow phase. Holy shit, that was the whole thing back in the late 70s. Blue eyeshadow was everything. Fuck. I look back at that now and I start laughing. I start cringing and I start laughing my ass off over it. Anyway, so this is just a sideline thing. And so here this woman is asking me, and she goes, you're not even wearing blush. And I'm like, yeah, actually I am. She goes, you can't even tell. She goes, you've really positioned this the right way. And she goes, the only thing that I can tell that you're actually wearing just up close to you, because she actually reached out and grabbed my arm, because I didn't realize she was talking to me. I thought there was another woman behind me, and when she came out around the corner, and she said, no, I mean you, I want to talk to you. And I'm like, oh, okay. Because I had eyeliner on, but I didn't have anything else regarding eyeshadow. But I had my whole face, and it went all the way down my neck, and I made sure that it was blended into my décolleté because I was very specific. And I had taken 2 different colors and had matched my own. That's a big deal. You didn't do stuff like that back then. So we had quite a conversation, and she goes, you had a very smart mom to teach you at a very early age when she didn't understand really how to do makeup. I said, my mom never wore makeup. I don't remember a single day my mother wearing one even line of mascara. Nothing. She wore nothing. And, I mean, lipstick, but I don't, there's a different ball game. But yeah, so I think it's a combination of genetics, but quite honestly, I deeply believe we got 3883 on the numbers right now. 3883. Very interesting numbers tonight. But I honestly deeply believe that if you take care of your gut microbiome, combined with like a parasite flush and that kind of thing, situation going on, combined with taking care of your intestinal tract, your body, even though whatever other health issues, your body will take care of you. And you also got to remember, I've had a lot of friends who've had cancer, only 1 death out of all those friends, only 2 deaths. I take that back. A lot of friends. And I've learned a lot from what they've experienced and what they've talked about not, certain acidity levels in the body, certain other things in the body. So, and how what a number of them learned, including my grandfather, when he had bladder cancer, he learned about green tea. Do some extra heavy research into green tea and just a number of alternatives. So, anyway, yeah, there's my little spin and rant on that. Well, not rant, but my spin on it. So, thank you for saying you do not look like your real age. I appreciate that. No, I don't look like I'm 57. I know. Oh, yeah, we need, Anna, we need to have a conversation. Yeah, the abduction totally changed my life. My old friends do not talk to me anymore. It's like everyone knows something I don't, or maybe they do not know. I don't know, but my father was in Vietnam twice. Well, there's things with that. There's people I know that have stories of ETs in Vietnam. Pretty mind bending stuff. Divine Hazel 44, divine love and blessings to you. Hello. Okay, let me get caught back up. Spence Hudson thinks I've subscribed. I feel like I feel places that I have had past lives in to the point where I've moved to explore them. Hey, something to think about if you're dealing with past lives. Start writing up all the things that you were interested in when you were a kid. And start looking into those places and seeing if your soul resonates. That's how I'm going to word that. Look into my past replays. I was trying to think of how to word that. And you will find subjects of past lifetimes. Go in and watch some of those. You'll get more ideas. They don't steal. Okay. Miss. Okay. So Anna, is it so crazy to think the government is using alien orbs to steal our memories? No, that's not how things work, dear. What am I eating? An IQ bar, peanut butter chip IQ bar. It's 12 grams of protein versus, oh god, freaking tiny font. Trying to find out how many freaking carbs. So this one is 12 and 12. This one's an even. The other ones that I typically eat, they're usually 2 or 3 points above in protein versus carbs. But yeah, that's what it is. It's enough for a little bit of a snack. So, considering I forgot to eat before I came on. Shroom fishing. Nope. Master pilot. No, I don't. Wow. My lambstone. The day I found out my dad was dying, I walked outside to get some fresh air, and I happened to look up and saw a silver glowing thing in the sky. It then flew so fast it disappeared. Wow. You had a benevolent experience, Hazel? Charlie looks 43. Thank you. Appreciate that. You guys keep talking about my age. My body shows a different result. My face is very different in comparison to my body. I got the wrinkly old lady skin hands, but the arms, they're very soft. The arms, legs, and face, very soft, very soft. So, but I got the wrinkly old hands. Yeah. And I know they did something to me about, while I was ET pregnant. I've got some kind of burn going across my hand, and it took me almost a week to figure out exactly where it was, but man, it's there's some kind of burn mark on it, and you can actually see it in the right kind of light, and I'm like, holy shit. So something was done to me, not a clue. Sorry, Lambstone. You're smacking and eating and not staying on topic about ETs and spirits. Sorry. No. Yeah, thank you, Cindy. I'm not meaning to be rude. She says she's just hungry. Yeah. No, I haven't stated I'm trying to lose weight. I have PCOS. I'm at the farthest end of the spectrum with my PCOS. I know what I need to reduce the weight. I just don't have the finances in order to do it. To be blunt, it's more than just eating. It's more than, and it's not not eating, because you can't do that at this level. I need a very, very specific amount of protein on a daily basis and a minimum amount of carbs. The problem is that it takes money to have the amount of protein that I need to have, and that's just not happening. So it doesn't matter the kind of exercise, doesn't matter. I've been trained. I got trained by a really excellent physiotherapist. Love him to pieces. And if it weren't for him, excuse me, if it were not for him, I would not have had the knowledge, and he is the one who trained me in how to exercise properly for all of the physical body injuries that I've got in this body. And so I do my stretches and I do what I can, and granted, I know my limits and I know what I'm good at and what I'm not good at. That's not easy. So if I have what I need, then yeah, it'll start happening again. Get back down to the 60 pounds that I was down, and keep it off. So there's your answer to that. Thank you, Amy, for sticking around. Did I want to look like Joan Jett? No. actually, Philip, that's a good question, Philip. No, actually, who the hell did I want to look like? I'm trying to remember who the. I didn't. Well, my hair wasn't black. It was dark brown back then by that point. And because the perm my mother did, the perm frickin' lasted for a long damn time. Yeah, that's a whole nother. We go from this to whoof, big perm. I went to Tonga with a perm. Oh my god. Easier way to deal with your hair, Nikki. Oh, it wasn't. You get into tropical island heat and moisture and humidity. You get a perm with relaxed curls to going poof. So I look like I had a football helmet. Oh, God. Let's see. Woo! Thank you, Amy. You got your hands full, dear. Hello, Sophonius? Hello. Let's see what else we got here. Large black eyes, typical alien, not an orb. Interesting. Anna? Okay. Me? Anna, are you asking me when did your father pass? Couldn't tell you. It's been too damn long. Let's see. Matt Sup 83, mental illness, online everywhere. Well, gee, Matt. Aren't you full of shit? Rich 107s, you were branded. Yeah. Personally, yeah. I've been numerous times by ETs. I call them ET tramp stamps instead of branding. Although, that's a good point. I should probably start calling them branding marks. Okay, what do we got here? Yeah, I'm getting down to the wire. PCOS, People's Collective of Seattle. No, PCOS, Polycystic Ovarian Syndrome. Yep, Cindy, I agree. That is why nobody should ever judge anyone, because you never know the entire story. Bingo. Dragon, Joe, I'm trying to help stretch your foot toward your... Interesting. Hello, Dragon. Saki. Ernest. Oh, what the hell? Ernest, honestly, one time I passed. Where can I start if I want to learn more about all of this? Oh. You can go back to the very beginning, the very first, very first episode that I do, or throughout that first year of, I think it's 2022, I think, something like that. So Ernesto, play nice with others. Nikki, how often do you do live streams? Once a week, every Saturday night. 10 p.m. is usual. 11 p.m. typically is when, if I'm not feeling good, but I was feeling good today, but I was running late with stuff. So that's why it was 11 p.m. Pacific. So okay, so Saturdays, every Saturday evening at 10 p.m. Pacific time, U.S. time zone, or 1 hour later. So that's what time I'm on. This is ending momentarily. Yeah, every Saturday. And if I'm not going to be on, I will post a post on my YouTube page. First, it'll go on my Facebook page. Nikki, it'll be facebook.com/Nikki, Nikki .Jacobs, JACOBS .376. It'll be posted publicly there. And that page can also take you into the Psychic Medium page, which I post every one of the broadcasts plus whatever else I'm on during the week. I'm on a Wednesday podcast every week, and that is called the S and then the dash 4. So the S4 Paranormal Bunker. And there's a link for it in the description box below for one of the shows. I don't know if it was, I don't think it was last week. I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. But I'll get that all taken care of. But anyway, so there will be there's a link in that for that channel for one of the podcasts, and then you can listen, and then we talk about all kinds of subject matters. That show has been going for a number of years. I've been on it, since 2020, 2021, something like that. So there's been a couple of different versions of it, but all the original podcasts from it are on Spreaker.com, and I believe it's known as the S4 Bunker on Spreaker, SPREAKER.com. And then it was transferred over to YouTube. So anyway, there we go. Hello, Vicky Goggins, 8707. Hello, and I've been following you, and I'm subscribed, and nice to see you again. It's nice to see you too. Is this astronomy or astrology? No. This is ET abductions. Okay. Inactivity causes like problems. I'm dealing with it now. Not a hater, just here to help with ideas. Yeah, I've dealt with a lot of different things. If your knees are hurting, no, it's my ankles. It's because of the position I'm in. Split is what happens anytime I'm on video on a broadcast or live stream, whatever these are called. Yes, Deborah. Natural curly hair with 6 to 8 inch shrink. No hair dryer. Instant Boomhilda. Broomhilda hair. Yes, that's exactly it in a nutshell. Oh my god. Yeah. Dominic. Hello, Dominic. Okay, I think, let me get back in. I understand, Dragon. Dragon Saki is saying, look, I'm not about your stream, but from what you complained about, seriously stretch, hydrate, and get your steps in. Much respect. You get it, girl. Yeah, I get it. I get where you're going. No worries, hon. Loving your channel as always. Thank you. Okay, hang on. I gotta move this. Why, Achka? 12. I don't think that's how you pronounce it, but that's okay. Okay. Cindy, your Facebook page again, Nikki? Okay. Hang on. Facebook.com / well, actually it would be like this for you guys, but it's like this for me. / Nikki, NIKKI dot Jacobs, JACOBS dot 376. And that's how you find me on Facebook. Don't just say you understand. Commit to it. I want you living your best life. Thank you, dear. In other words, you're trying to get me to make a promise. I don't make promises I can't keep. So I'm not making that as a promise, but I can tell you I will be doing it. Okay, you got it. Good, Sydney. God, I did it again. I do not know what the hell is with my head and your... Whoop. Okay, I just lost everything. I hope you're still here. God. Low battery. I had to plug in, which means you're going to hear buzzing. Okay, it's really time to go. Just 1 second. I just came across something. I'm going to hit myself on mute for a second, but I want to read this. Just one moment. Okay, I'm not even sure how to pronounce okay, I gotta use it. Hang on, I gotta move this. There we go. Which ET do you believe or know to be good or adversary? Skinny, tall, short, gray, Nordic? Question mark. Okay, I'm trying to. Gul-ra, thu-ra, woo. That's as best as I can get it. 8996. Which ET do you believe or know to be good or adversary? There are certain reptilians I like. Not a lot, but some. There are some grays I like. Not all, but some. Can't honestly say there's any Dracos I like. I like the Arcturians. I've met Pleiadians, but I don't remember too much about them. I mean, other than, design or physicality, that kind of stuff. I like the clones, even though they are physically, there's some that are the nursemaids. They're physically exactly alike. Oh, sorry. They're physically exactly alike, but the difference is that they're all individually minded. I like that. The ET that is like a father figure to me is a 7-foot tall. He's a gray, but I call him a tall white. I call he and his species tall white because I don't know what else to call him. I can't call him a gray. I mean, I can, but it confuses my head. So that's why I call them a tall white. They're a tall white version of a gray. That's how I think of them as. Are they good for humanity? Yeah, some very much are. Others very much are not. Because just like with humans, there's some really good ones and there's some really bad ones. So there's that. There's ET, female ET. I remember that there are males, but I don't. They look like from their neck down, they look different than the females, but I can't wrap my head around how, because I'm whenever I see them, I always focus from the neck up. I never focus from the neck down. It is so rude to do that as a human. They find it extremely violating. So and she was sitting down at the time. I was going to say she wasn't very tall, but she was sitting down at the time. She was actually pretty tall when she was standing up. But their race, I don't know what they are. I don't know what they're called. But her species, beautiful. I mean, they're just the energy about them, the love that they project, but they're also kind of locked into these contracts that they've got with humans, that they're locked in with some of the contracts that they've got with because they're on Mars. So that's a different subject matter. So, and there's some that are working with government that are actually nice. Why they're working with government, I can only imagine it's got to be because of a frickin' contract. So how do you answer that? That's the only way I know how to answer that. So, there you go. Martin, we're not talking political here. Dragon, thank you. I appreciate it. Please know that there are people who love you. Thank you. No, Martin, grays are not always bad. That's not true. That is not my experience. That is not what I've witnessed. So in my situation, that is not true. You think I'm in a hole, Dragon? I'm not in a hole. Why would you think I'm in a hole? Do they think we are destroying ourselves? Asks Cindy. Yes. Very much so. Alicia Smith, VX5CL. They are demonic entities. Stop lying to these naive people. This is deplorable. And you're full of shit. I'm not dealing with people like you anymore. I'm just not. You'll get your ass banned on my channel. I'm not putting up with crap like that. If you can't handle an experiencer talking, then scroll along. Be an adult. Be a proper adult. Scroll. Why bother making a statement? Because, oh, you feel like you had to? You're being a troll. .440 hertz. Squirrel Sniper 138. Glad you see you project the 440 AI. Oh, okay. Darhole. How close are they to the star in their solar system? How big is their sun compared to ours? How many light years away are they? When they finally return home, has everyone they've ever known died? No. Because it depends on how long. Okay. Some of this I can answer. Some of this I cannot answer. This is from Darhole. I don't have a clue as to how close they are to the star in their solar system. How big is their sun compared to ours? Our sun is their sun. Depending upon what galaxy they're coming from, that is. How many light years away are they? Oh my God. You're not even talking light years away. You're talking galaxies away. Some of them are from multiple galaxies away. Multiple that go beyond our, what we would classify as our universe. I don't know what else to call it. They're way beyond. Some of them are within our, hello, we've got Earth to the moon. There are places. This is a ridiculous conversation, sorry. In my opinion, it's not for some people, but for me, it's just, I get very frustrated with that. And I know you're asking a very logical, thought-provoking question. I get that. I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to explain right now, because I can see, like, us, Earth, moon, and then over here, there's extraterrestrial over here, there's extraterrestrial over here. I don't know what the distance is. That's a question for Amy or R. Keith Andrews. They're more science-oriented than I am. Sorry, I'm not angry at you. I'm frustrated at myself because I'm not retaining that kind of information anymore. It's just not there. When they finally returned home, has everyone they ever known died? No. Because, now I know this is fact to me. It may not be provable to you guys, but to me this is fact. When I called out on an emergency basis because the government asshats were targeting me so bad with high frequency and low frequency direct energy weapons and with microwave technology weapons, and I was ET hybrid pregnant at this one particular time, I screamed out for the extraterrestrials to come and get us, me and the baby, because we had to be checked upon. And I was panicking as a mother because we were so hit so goddamn hard with those weapons. And I'm like, I'm afraid they've done irreparable damage to my baby. And I was like, I called out. 4 hours later, they showed up and they were, honey, they were over by the sun. 4 hours later. That's how fast they made it. I'm dead serious when I say that. 4 hours. Now, that's not something that we can do. Hell, that's not even what the global government that is using extraterrestrials can do, because they're on their own ships. They're not in a regular ET ship with the kind of propulsion that they've got. There's two different kinds of propulsion systems. I don't understand the propulsion systems. I don't care to. That's somebody else's ballgame. My point is that our own human governments of this planet are working with extraterrestrials. They cannot make that kind of a trip in 4 hours' time. But regular ET craft can. Yeah, they showed up. Well, I know there was a third one, but I remember two of them walking through. They walked right straight through the front door, right into my... That's a whole nother subject. I was in the kitchen at the time. God, I was pissed off. Had my hands covered in soap. Standing there washing my hands and thinking about something else. And so what's the big emergency? Doesn't look like any emergency that we can see. I wanted to slap the ever-loving shit out of his fucking mouth. I was so pissed off at him. I was like, you take us and you do a scan. I don't care if you take us at all. You do a scan on us. We have been targeted heavily with high frequency and low frequency damaging weapons, microwave technology, and this one has been trying to protect himself. He's not able to protect he and I right now, but he was trying to protect himself. He is an infant. He should not have to be doing this, and I had words to say. So, yeah, I wasn't a happy frickin' camper, but if they can make it from across that distance in 4 hours time flat, yeah, that's a big deal. You talk about technology, it's a very different ballgame. I'm not doing readings tonight, hun. KWR 34538. I'm not doing readings tonight. If stuff comes up, that's what I usually... Yes, A.E. Jabo? Haven't there been some stories of greys taking people and a person comes back cured from an illness? Yeah, there have been. Very much so. There's been quite a... Ouch! There's been quite a few. Apparently I can't do that with that shoulder. Thank you, Nazir. You are fearfully and wonderfully made by God, and He loves you so much. Hallelujah. Yeah, thank you. Squirrel Snee 138. We have been dampened with the back. I was thinking that too. Thank you, Amy. Trinity Knight says, I have the flu today. I am so sorry. That sucks. Thank you, Ponderous Pathfinder 2175. I appreciate you saying that. Dragon, you need to back the F off. Or I'm going to ban you. You went way above and beyond. Now you're just hammering and hammering and hammering. You need to stop and back the F off. Now. I'm done. I've read all of it. I've read what you had to say. I've heard all of it. I don't have to agree to shit. I don't have to say anything else. No more about it. Okay? Danielle. Angels are the best. Yes, I agree. It's either Daniel or Daniel. Either way, hello. Angels are the best. I agree. Yeah, this is... Good. Dragon's out. Finally. Do they have bum holes? Yes, they do. Well, that's not correct. Some do, some don't. Some slough it off through their skin, which is a whole different disgusting area. Okay, hang on. Gotta hit mute. Well, I just got told nobody's targeting you, and that's bullshit. If you have no concept of that, then don't bother talking on it, because those of us that do, there are many of us. There are thousands of us who are targeted, and we're targeted for talking about our experiences. And if you can't handle that, move along. This isn't for you. It all fits with synchronicity. Okay. I read your message, squirrel. Azumi or Azumal 1282, the gray aliens from Orion are using you for their hybridization program. Squirrel Quantum. Lulaudi. Where have you been when they came to get you? Do they come when you sleep or just show up at your doorstep like, hi? Well, that one experience was on my doorstep. But typically it's when I sleep. Some people, they come for them, like when my mother and I were on the road. They picked us up in the van while she was driving. Took us in the van. Then you've got people who are taken straight from work. You got people who are taken while they're walking on the street. You know, could be going from a medical appointment or something. Excuse me. There's all kinds of ways. Okay, Steve Morgan, that's not exactly correct. Steve Morgan later, the aliens are definitely getting ready to attack our left flanks, and Antarctica will become the centerpiece of Earth. Extremely inaccurate information, and if that's what you believe, I would be a little concerned, because that's extreme fear-mongering in a big way. That's not how I know them to be at all. Gary Johnson, hello. Okay, Maine, hello. New planet? So you need to... Zumi 1282, you need to call the Galactic Federation of Worlds to save you. Been there, done that. I don't need to get into that. I don't talk about that. Squirrel Sniper 138, I've just been told, Nikki, your 2026 live energy acting as a permanent anchor for the shift. And it shows how your signal help us lock in this new reality for the collective. Well, if you've been told, why are you asking with a question mark? Natalie Lucas 9054, what happened to your shoulder? I did something. I can't think of exactly what I did, but it's really bothering me right here. I need to put the massager on it, and hopefully, I think it's out. I need to see my chiropractor. Anyway, Cindy, so do you think there will be any kind of real disclosure this year, Nikki? Yes, I do. But disclosure is different than what everybody thinks disclosure is. Disclosure has been happening since movies have been made, essentially. Government has some fashion or form of control in Hollywood with different movies, different scripts, couldn't think of the word, different writers, not scripts, but different writers, go back into the 1970s in the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, when they had their own studio. The government had their own freaking studio in Hollywood. I just don't remember the name of it. And do your research, do your deep dive research into that. Yeah, my cheeks are going red. I was wondering when this was going to kick in. And start looking into that kind of stuff. Start dealing with that. Just a second. Okay, sorry, it's my water with my sweetener, which is, whenever I shake this thing, it does the with the juice that's in it. The organic, unsweetened juice, but I use my own sweetener with the water, and it's like, whoa! Gives it really intense sometimes. Anyway, so disclosure is basically what the individual makes of it in the grand scheme of things. But at the same time, you've got the slow trickle down through the movies. There's so many things in movies that in real life are freaking real when it comes to the ETs. Oh my God, there's so many things. Oh my God. TV shows are the same way. Oh God, I don't even know where to begin. There's so many movies. I literally, everything from basic, look at, what is that? The movie Super 8, the one with the kids. Look at, the newer, Star Trek Next Generation movies. look at how even some of the old Star... Oh, God. I don't refer that. Anyway, yes, I am a Trekkie. I'm just not a fan of the black and white ones. But then there's reasons for that. But that's a whole nother subject that very few people actually know. Matter of fact, I don't even think Amy knows. But there's so many different forms of disclosure that they've done. Look at Jupiter. Look at the movie Jupiter Ascending. There's a bunch of things in that one that just saw that movie. Matter of fact, you got to realize I don't see movies until they're probably 4 to 6 years off the market. After they've been in the theater. Just how it's been due to finances and stuff. So very rare I get to see movies in the theater. That said, there's a lot of stuff that's already been disclosed. But at the same time, you said real disclosure. Everybody's got a version of what real disclosure is. And it's like what Paramarv had asked earlier. He's no longer in chat anymore. I'm assuming he had to go. He's got family, so and I think that's why Little Kim went. I was surprised to see him here because he told me I'm not going to be able to be in there tonight. And I'm like, okay, because he's got family obligations too. So, and so did Robert and Jost. I am so impressed. Joe, thank you so much for staying as long as you did. But disclosure, getting back to disclosure, yeah, disclosure will happen, but it's not going to be what people are going to expect it to be. The other side to that is government disclosure, I think, is probably going to take a bit longer. I do know that they make some major, after all this crap that is in the process taking place, and as I heard another intuitive say, she called it a boiling point. It's coming to a boiling point. I was like, oh yeah, it most definitely frickin' is. And things get better. Things will eventually get better. And as they do, there's going to be some major changes in government, and that's really when the shit's going to hit the fan when it comes to ufology, because a lot of things are going to start opening up after that. A lot. This year is really the hardcore beginning of us seeing more extraterrestrials on Earth. They're just, that's how it's going to be. Then I've been told, not only by my own hybrid children, but by the ETs themselves, that the hybrids are going to be part of integrating humanity into grasping the concept of extraterrestrials, because they are human and they are ET, these hybrids. So they're the hybrid children of all of us humans. They're going to be coming in, and they're going to be explaining things, and they're going to be excuse me, what I've been shown is that they are going to be standing with their parent in front of TV cameras. That is what I've been shown. That is what I've been told directly by the ETs themselves. That's what I've been told by my own hybrids that have come in and have they've been babies with me. And they're like, that's why I chose you, because I'm going to be standing with you. And I'm like, yo, what? wait a minute, what did you just say to me? And they'll say, you're going to be one of the many moms and many dads who is going to be in front of cameras, what you call television cameras, on TV, and people are going to be listening because we will be standing right by your side. And I've just been absolutely dumbfounded by that. I'm like, do you know how, I mean, in order for that to take place, do you know how long that would have to be on this planet? And they're like, yeah, I will be a grown man by then, and I will be coming back, and so will some of your other children. And I lost it. When he told me, that was one of my boys, when he told me that I will be that I and other human surrogate moms will be standing surrounded by many of their children, not all of their children, but many of their children, talking about our experiences and them proving beyond a definitive doubt that they are real, that this will happen, this will take place. Do you know how many kids I've had that have told me this? This has been astounding to me. Absolutely astounding. Okay, I'm trying not to bawl again. Because one of the things that I have always talked about with them is I want to be able to get to see you again. And then they bring oh God, I breathe. They bring this up. And sorry for the buzzing. I know the buzzing gets obnoxious. I do apologize for that. It's only because I'm without my battery. And I'm again 5 hours and 17 minutes. 17 minutes. Damn it. I didn't want to be longer than 3.5, and I keep seeming to do 5 hours. Anyway, my point is, besides my pet peeve of myself doing a 5-hour live again, my pet peeve is I've wanted to see and spend real quality time with my children, and I haven't been allowed that. And the fact that that's going to happen, that I've had more than one hybrid child tell me that I've had the tall gray or the tall white individual who is like a father figure, he's told me that, and I've had another ET tell me that, who is I call her a guide, but she's not a spirit, she's in physical form, and I was just going to say she's on planet, but she's not. She's on ship somewhere, because I can feel. That's weird. I can feel the the ship, and it's registering that I'm saying hello. Wow. Okay, I gotta not do that. That's a trippy feeling. And I'm starting to get a chill now. That just kind of creeped me out. Wow. All right. Anyway, so, yeah, that I'm going to be able to stand with many of my children, both males and females, and they're going to look very different than each other. They're not all going to look the same. And I don't honestly know if my children that are hybrids of the Lyrans, I don't know if they will show up or not, because they will probably be covered in fur. Or if they try to make themselves, if they stay in a shape-shifted form, in human form, I don't know. That's a mind bender that I'm going to be standing, I and many, many other women and men are going to be with their hybrid children. And we're going to be in front of cameras talking, and we are one of thousands that'll be talking throughout the planet, not just in the United States, but in vast countries. And that's a lot of hybrid children. I mean, you think about, that's a lot of parents with a lot of hybrid children. You think about the fact of how they have to connect all these people together to make all of this happen. I mean, that's a, okay, I'm gonna have to shut this off because I don't trust this anymore. Sorry, loud pitch. Sorry, I apologize if you're on headphones. Ooh, can I turn that on? Ooh, we have a little red light. Little red light. Hello, red light. Squeaky, squeaky. Anyway, so that's supposedly what's supposed to take place. That is what I've been shown and told. Let me scroll down and let's see what else questions we've got. It was a very long-winded answer to you, Cindy, but there's your answer. Okay, Nicolas Cage? Yeah, I know what you're doing with the name. A psychic tell us is going to the anticipation is me. Well, one, that individual's name is not allowed in my chat. Two, we don't talk political stuff in here because it divides everybody. So just let you know. Yes, Cindy. That's why some smell of strong ammonia, correct? Yes, that's exactly why. Okay, your ETs are not nice at all, as I have encountered them, and they lie to people a lot. They have taken many, many people, and these greys are controlled. The workers under control of another alien species. No, that's incorrect. Azumi 1282, the rays that I'm referring to, they're not under control. There is a small population of greys that are clones, and they're very diminutive. They're very small in stature. So there's that bit of information. The rest of that is incorrect that you have written. Luth Lexer 123, what advice would you give to someone who loves your videos but has autism? Do it in small chunks. If you're trying to do 1 hour sections of the audio, at a time. There's, I think up until you go through season 2 into some of season 3 on my videos, you will find that I was doing pictures. I was trying to, because I had 2 devices back then, and I could show up I could show a picture of an old phone that had images of some of the AI art that I created of my hybrid children. So you can go back in and look for that kind of thing. There's also different images that I created via AI for different abduction scenarios, things of that nature. So that's something to that's something to take into consideration when you're looking into this. So there's that info. I hope that helps. But do it in smaller sections. If you have autism, you want to listen to these. Do it in, say, 30-minute sections. 2025, my mother had died, and so I didn't do hardly any of the, well, I didn't do any of the description boxes. So in the description box below, not right now, but you will find timestamps for each broadcast. Now, up until 2025, I'm in the process of slowly, it's tediously getting done, but it is getting done, my notes, and I will be posting them in the description box and doing the timestamps. The problem with some timestamps is they are not registering as timestamps on the video, okay? Last week, it worked beautifully, just like it was supposed to. The week before that and the week prior to that, couldn't get a timestamp to save my frickin' life on the videos. So in order to deal with the timestamps, for you to find what you're looking for, go into the description box, read the timestamps that are listed. For whatever reason, they don't connect with YouTube, and I don't know why, but they don't. Go through and read what's in it and choose a time frame that you want to listen to. Do it that way. That's another way to go about. If you have autism and you want to listen to these podcasts, these replays, then that's how I would go about doing it. That's another way. So just as an option, that's something that you can, hopefully that will help. If it doesn't, come back to me and we'll figure something else out. Natalie Lucas 9054, taken where by who? Extraterrestrials on board planet. Also been taken by global government that is working with extraterrestrials. That's part of Montauk, MyLab, MK Ultra. That's an SSP. SSP is Secret Space Program. That's a global government working with extraterrestrials. Not fun. Totally different subject. But that's what I mean by taken. And you're asking where and by who. That's who, that's what, that's how. Anna, trolls, no, they're really bad. Don't worry about it. It's not you. This is the normal game of things on YouTube. Yeah, don't worry about it. They're getting dealt with. Annex 7292, I heard we're over 20 years behind on an agreement that we had letting people know about aliens. Yeah, there was a major shift, major change. Okay, thank you for the info, Nikki. Yeah, you're welcome, Cindy. Yeah, there's been a major delay. That's an understatement. Your cheeks do that when you have to take your insulin. Yeah, I know other people that do that. Yeah, mine's my PCOS, and mine is from too much right now. It's too many different emotions. Whoops. Hello. Low grade government announcement, Cindy. Well, their version of disclosure is what's been happening with their government. What is it? The Government Oversight Committee. I can't remember the thing. Try and remember to put in the link if I can. To the last, if I can, the last broadcast for the government thing. Last Oversight Committee. Oversight Committee hearing. Okay. I can't promise that I'll remember to do it even if it's written down, but I will try and put that in. So when you come back in, there will be that. I'm not doing readings. Okay, I gotta hit mute for no more buzzing. Just a minute. J-Love WP9QN. I'm curious, can you explain how she connected with you telepathically? You mean the female extraterrestrial? Well, she just does. There are certain things that she says that I know that is her. And then we go from that into something else. And I'm not getting into that. How's that? She just does. It's a different voice in your head. It's not schizophrenia. It's not, and if you're a psychic medium, you get it. You frickin' understand. You know what it is. You understand the concept of this, how it comes about, all of that. I don't know how else to explain that. Okay, maybe that will work. Haha! Okay. I think I found a safer way. Yeah, that's a safer way, I hope. Yeah, that works better. Okay. Hang on one second. Thought I had it. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, I'm just not doing personal readings tonight. If aliens are here to help humanity, why haven't they? Because they want us to be more, less controlled by global government. And they specifically want us, as I understand it and what I've been personally told, not only by the hybrids, but also by the extraterrestrials themselves, they want us to be in a higher consciousness state, period. And that's not what is happening because global governments have been shoving down and diminutivizing the human consciousness state in every and any way they possibly can. Dumb down society as best as is possible, and that is not what is supposed to take place with humanity. And yeah, it's gotten a little ruffled feathers for some extraterrestrials, no pun intended. So how's that for an answer? Okay, Azumi 1282 says, don't trust the great aliens from Orion as they have done bad, evil things to humanity. You know what? Not all of them have. Don't lump all the bad in with the good or the good in with the bad, because there are good and bad with extraterrestrials. Think about that. So just because of some 111 on the number right now. Wow, that's interesting. Thank you, everybody. There are really good ET, there are good ET, then there are ET, then there are bad ET. So just keep that in mind before you summarize everybody into one lump sum. Okay? Newman 777 Abel. I believe in Christ, but find this interesting. Hello, Newman. Believe in Christ too. I'm an extremely unusual Christian. I'm not like anyone you're going to come across. I'm an ET abductee. I talk openly about my experiences. I also talk openly about my experiences with Jesus and a past lifetime, which doesn't typically fly well with a lot of Christians or a lot of people who are religious. So, yeah, doesn't go over well at all. Gets really convoluted and people get very angry at me. That's okay. I know what I've experienced, I know what I've remembered, and I know who I've met in different lifetimes, and some of them would blow your mind. Jesus was one of them. He wouldn't just blow your mind, he'd put your ass on the ground going, oh man, that's real. Oh, that energy, it's real. Honey, he was a pure energy. He was the purest form of energy in a physical body. Very wonderful individual. Love him to pieces. Anyway, then there have been a couple of times where he's actually helped me with different spirits crossing him over. So, there's that too. And unfortunately, the one who could verify that has died last year. So That's a different story. Government is farming hybrids. Yeah, in some ways, I would agree with that. Excellent question, Lou Loudy Mooks? Moo X? I'm not sure what to. Are there any human men who are fathers of hybrid children? Yeah, a lot. A lot more than you would think. I just understand, Cindy, I just understand why you can't go on ships to visit your children at lengthy times. Oh, yeah. Excuse me, I'd be gone for 6 months at a time if I could be. Indian atheist, U8P, are you a Christian? Just talked about that. Okay, Cindy, I mean, I don't understand. You don't understand why you can't go on, why the mothers can't go on a ship or why the fathers can't go on a ship, because this is essentially a business for them. This is run as an operation, as a business. It's a science thing for them. It's a bunch of other things. So they've got their priorities, and that's not one of them. Okay, let me see if I understand this. Real Alicia Barnes, what is the flash of light like a neuralizer similar to Men in Black, but from a ship and lights the entire area like daylight? Well, gee, I know exactly what the hell that is. That's the light from the fucking ship. And if you're describing it like that, I would highly suspect that you're an ET abductee. Either that or you're trying to find out from movie stuff. But, yeah, what you just described, that's the light from the ship. And usually when they have that light up and they're about to abduct a human, there's like a shaft of light. I don't know what else to call it. Just like a shaft of light that comes down and you're literally raised into the air. So there's that. Ryan Everett 9901. It's called V2K Tech. Yep. Can be. You're talking about voices in the head that aren't when you're not schizophrenic and you're not mentally delusional and you're not any of that other stuff. Yeah. Voice to skull. It's V2K, voice to skull. Voice to skull is very wicked, very insidious, and government have been doing that. And boy, in the last year and a half, it's really picked up because a lot of people are experiencing it. And they are not schizophrenic. They're experiencing people tapping in because of the frickin' things that are going on. So, yeah, fun. Not. Azumi 1282. Okay, well, What grays do you encounter? The tall ones, as there are many different types. Honey, you apparently haven't seen my podcast, any of my shows before. I have seen the 3-foot tall ones all the way up to the 7-foot tall ones. Now, there are some extremely rare ones that are 9 feet tall. They're very rare, but they are out there. And I had a conversation with my last hybrid about them. Anyway, my last hybrid child. And yeah, they're out there. Some of them range between 8.5 to 9.5 feet tall. And they are a form of a gray. So there's that info. There are all different kinds of grays out there. The 3-footers are usually, not all of them, but there are some that are clones. There are some that are like a computerized biological thing, but it's a clone. There's clones that are ones that are clones that are, they're all biological. Hive mind, if I remember correctly. There's 4-footers, there's 5-footers, there's 6-footers, there's 7-footers. So yeah, there's a lot of different, there's a heck of a lot more than 15 different types of gray extraterrestrials, in answer to your question. Ryan, we are being bombarded by frequencies from celestial entities. Some of us are protected from these frequencies, but many are not. We are in a time of testing. These entities are not benevolent. Oh God, I can't use the word right now. So there are technologies that are being used by humans that are doing that are drastically more treacherous. Oh, now this is comical. Lou Loudy, do your children listen to you if you tell them not to do something? You mean my hybrid children? Oh, hell no. No, they don't. How many ETs are there? Oh my God, that's too many to count, Kathy. Hello, Kathy Doratry. Rich freaking language. Yeah, well, that's life, isn't it? Thank you, Amy. ET is a copyrighted intellectual entity. Ouch. Copyrighted intellectual property. No. Actually, it's not. I had a UFO over my head 2 different times. My mom and brother, both there. It has followed me several times, yeah. Yep, aliens. This broadcast is all about, this live stream is all about paranormal, spirits, extraterrestrials, SSP, and more. Tyrone Fabian, are you from USA? Yes. Yeah, J Love says, no, I thought you said when your mother started connecting with you telepathically. I know aliens do. I've had encounters myself. Yeah, my mother, when she was, when she had her Alzheimer's, about 2 years after her Alzheimer's became really bad, because hers went in shifts and hers went really fast into the third and fourth level of Alzheimer's. She became telepathic with me, and she didn't understand what was happening to her. It was because the layer had been pulled back by the, I don't know how else to describe it, but it's like a layer of her memories, and her protective layer had pulled back, and she became telepathic with me, though she didn't understand that I was trying to talk to her and help keep her calm at different times. There were times that were just, you go back through some of my live streams, the replays, and you will hear me talk about my mom and the different things. So you'll find, I don't know how much more of that you'll find, but in different things right now. But anyway, that's where I'm at this moment in answer to your question. Ryan Everett 9901, aliens are a government concoction. There is only consciousness which inhabited what we call planets and other celestial entities. Really? So that's your viewpoint. Okay. It's not mine. It's not what I personally know, what I have witnessed throughout my entire 57 years of life. Not in the least. Newman 777 Abel, are there ETs close to Jesus? Yeah, there are ETs that do believe in Jesus. Not many, but some. Anna, what is a hybrid? Human and alien? Do they look like humans or aliens? Yeah, a hybrid is a human ET mix. And they will look predominantly like their ET ancestor. That's how I'm going to word that. Meaning, how do I say this? Meaning that they end up looking like a combination of the two. So if their skin color is more predominant for a gray, or that's the only way I'm going to be able to say that, then they're going to have a gray but a Caucasian undertone. Okay, that's what I've personally seen. If they are Arcturian, they will look predominantly human. The eyes will be bigger. The hair is coarser. There's a lot more of it, usually. And the skin with an Arcturian, between an Arcturian and a human, can be anything from blue to Caucasian or whatever skin color of the mother is or the father's. For me and my situation, my children are Caucasian, or the ones that how do I say this? The ones that look human. I have had children where they have been the most beautiful tawny, creamy brown. I don't know how, it's a light brown, but I can't say African American. I can't say Latino. I don't know. I can only call what the skin color is that I know, that I have witnessed, that I have seen. It looks like human skin, like mine. Okay. But it, and softness. But it will also be also the color of what that particular ET is. So I've had some form of Arcturian that has had a really light brown, like a beautiful creamy, and I didn't know that. I'm like, who are you? I'm an Arcturian. You're... what? Because to me, Arcturians are blue. Well, come to find out, that's not necessarily the situation. That's been a hell of a mind bender, because I found out that some Arcturians are blue, some Arcturians are green. A seafoam green, I might add. And some of them can fit, not shape shift, not phase shift. I don't know what to call it, but they can literally make their blue skin, when they are completely at rest and completely relaxed, they can make their blue skin turn Caucasian. I've seen it. What do you say? I mean, you see them do that right in front of you. What the hell do you say? Seriously. You're just like, blah, 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 what? Huh? How did you do that? And you can't ask that, but yet you want to. But yet you know if you do, it's going to be rude as fuck. So, I mean, seriously. It's kind of a big deal. It really was a mind bender. Beautiful. Oh my god, they're beautiful. And then you add their height with my shortness. Oh, that's a mind bender too. That's a mind F. Because now you're dealing with somebody that could be potentially my height, 5'3", or potentially 6 feet tall. I mean, my own biological human son is over 6 feet tall. So, hello. So that comes right back down to genetics. That's a different thing. And they are so good at splicing and dicing with the human genetics that you're dealing with a completely different ball game. So they can take out whatever they want in the genetics and add things to it in order to create what they want. That's a hell of a mind bender to me. I mean, seriously. They can take out and cut out all the disease or disease wasn't the word I was looking for. Immune system issues and all of that. The technology for the splice and dice is just for the medical sciences and this hybridization stuff. God, it's a hell of a mind bender. I mean, you think about this. You think about the genetic stuff that our sciences and our doctors are trying to do now. Look at Dolly the clone, the sheep back in the 1990s. And then in the early 2000s, you had an infant female born. They didn't call her Eve. I don't remember what the hell they called her. I don't remember if they called her Anne or Annie or something. She was the first human clone. Now, she wasn't the first government human clone, because government's got their own frickin' clones. That's a different ballgame. They've been doing that for damn near 50 frickin' years. Well, more than that. I'm 50, so they've been doing it longer than I've been alive. So they've been doing it since the 1950s, as far as I know. So, yeah, that's a whole different ballgame. And the technology is so different now. So you got human government with ETs, nefarious ETs doing human cloning. And you got the ETs doing cloning. And now you've got humans on Earth cloning. That's a scary prospect. Think about all the things. That's a scary prospect. Now, think about all of that. Then go watch the movie The Island. Couldn't think of the name of it. The Island. Yeah. And watch how it's watch how the director of that facility promotes his facility to prospective clients. You want to talk about something wicked? Yeah, they're called an eggnet. You think about that, because clones are not an eggnet. It's a different ballgame altogether, people. And that's shit that's going down now. It's hard stuff to deal with. Think about... Whoops. I hit a button. Sorry about that. Think about the fact of what all that can do to society. Global societies across this planet cloning. Think about what's taking place in governments right now. Who do you think might be cloned? Who do you think has been wearing a mask? Think about those. That's actors, that's different, but clones, different subject. Hello, Dixon. Please shout out to my brother Dixon. Hello. Thank you, HM Jax 6405. Love your backdrop. Beautiful. Thanks. John Clark, you are sick and I claim the blood of Jesus Christ on your mind. Oh, another one of you. Aren't you fun? Let's see here. What other shit we got from you? Got Jesus Christ. And apparently you can't handle any of it. Well, that's fine. Visha, are you Japanese? No, I am not. Why would you think that? Okay, that just went wonky on me. Zippatrond? How do you know all this? Because I'm an ET experiencer. I've been through the trenches. Not fun. Mike Curley, I was in a bar last night at 3 a.m. I swear I saw an ET. Never know. Things are possible. Yeah, comments like that are not useful. Sorry, it was referring to something that I just removed. How Zippa, how the flipper doodle did you find this out? Bro is 1% fourth dimensional being. No, honey, I'm above that. Excuse me. Autumn rain leaves. You look way younger than that. Wow. Yeah, thank you. What's an ET? An alien? Yeah, extraterrestrial is an alien. It's another way to say alien. I don't use the word alien typically because, number one, I got told by a number of extraterrestrials that it's very offensive to them. They would prefer to be called ET or extraterrestrial, and I'm like, okay, I can deal with that. That's fine. Yeah, I got told that early on. That was fun. Oh, okay. So I guess I'll start calling you ET instead of alien. Okay. And then everybody else started finding it very funny that it was offensive to them. I'm like, oh, whatever. If you're not having to deal with them on a regular basis, then whatever. But, you know, I have to. How do the aliens... Excellent question, Lou. How do the aliens treat the hybrids? Very well. Kit gloves, in fact. Those kids are well taken care of. I kid you not. They're dealt with as if they're family. I mean, they are treated with kit gloves. And that's a big deal. That's a really big deal in my book. I've seen them take care of hybrid children that were born disabled in one fashion or form, physically disabled. And those children, I mean, they will forever have, as I understand it, they will have a forever nursemaid with them throughout the remainder of their life. And so, in other words, something happened in the genetic splice and dice that was not anticipated, not expected. And they are brought to full term. They do not, this community does not believe in once life is formed that they get rid of it. So they believe that once life is formed, it goes to full term, and the infant is taken care of for the rest of its life. Whereas, in every way possible and in any way possible, and if they can help to fix different things as the child grows, then that's what they do. That's also as I understand it. So they're trained differently. I do know that some of them will go off ship, not off planet, but off ship. And they're taught differently. I do know that they are educated, very, very well educated. But they are taken excellent care of. So basically what takes place with the children who are not disabled in any way, they are, a nursemaid goes with them from, depending upon which hybridization program they're involved in, which hybridization their parent is involved in, is how I should say that. Oh, that's a whole, okay, I can't even go there. Different brain, just a second. Can't even think on that. Sorry, I just had a running thought run through my head, and I'm like, oh, F no, we don't. Anyway, so the kids are taken from the mom at the circadian rhythm bonding chair. Then they go from the bonding chair with the hybrid, or not the hybrid, with the nursemaid, sorry. And the nursemaid, and that's what they are called. That's they're all clones, different sizes. A different size clone has a different job. So at a different height. So each level means something specific. Ouch, 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 ouch. So there's a hierarchy within the clone ranking, essentially, in the long run. So what ends up taking place is the kids go with the nursemaid, and the nursemaid teaches them explicitly about different aspects of using their abilities, about controlling their pain levels, because hello, growth cycle, within a month they are a full-grown looking physical adult. They are not that technically, mentally, the physical adult. They are still very much a kid. Some of these infants, when they are birthed, some of them can be the mental age of a 9 to a 13-year-old child. Okay? These are not normal infants in the human scheme of things. These infants, they grow at an incredibly, enormously rapid rate. Physically, they grow very quickly. Mentally, this last one that they just took on Thursday into Friday, he went from, and he was with me for 3 months, he started when they this is the only way I can say this. When they implanted his soul, he went from being the hundreds of years old that he was mentally, into, for many weeks, he went into the infancy stage mentally, and then thereafter he became a young child. By the time they took him, he was a full-grown mentally, he was a full-grown 22 to 25-year-old adult. That is the first hybrid pregnancy I have ever had where any of my children have gone to that level. They've always been approximately the age of 13 or 14, 15 at the most. At the most. And this one, that means he is so advanced. He's an incredibly advanced soul. And he's already shown me what he's going to look like. So there were times where I got really angry and very frustrated with him because he wouldn't talk to me. All of my hybrid children talk to me. Every frickin' one of them. In one way or another. This little guy, he'd shut his mouth and he'd kind of do like this. And I'm like, now, don't you even. Like, just because you're with me doesn't mean that you get to pull this bullshit routine. I'm like, no, we're not doing that. So there were times that he and I would have it out. And there were times where he'd be just, every one of them, they've got their own opinions on different things. They've got their own feelings on things, on animals on this planet. They consider animals on this planet. That's the one thing that I've really gotten in the last 10 years. They really have a hard time with animals on this planet because they're dumb animals. No, they're not dumb animals. They're loving, and many of them are loving and intelligent, and it's like it's because it's beneath them. No. It's part of taking an active participation on this planet. It's part of what this planet is about. It's loving all animals, all beings, and it's not about... And so there are times I've had very theological conversations and it gets real mind-bending and real mind-trippy sometimes. So, and very frustrating. There's a lot of times where I've had to fight for humanity's sake in a conversation with a hybrid. So, I guess this last one has been really eye-opening, to say the very least. Anyway, I've talked way longer than I ever anticipated to. I apologize, Amy, if you're still here. Thank you, my dear, so much. Let me scroll down. Let me see if there's anything else on here that I absolutely... Because then I've got to get off of here. I've been on way too long. It's almost 5:25 a.m. my time. I've been on for 6 hours and 18 minutes. I will be right back. Let me take a look gander at the chat here. Okay. Good question, Lou. Lou Lodi. Do aliens have disease and health struggles too? Yes, some of them can. It also depends on who they're around, who they're with, to alleviate some of those issues. Yes, I wear glasses. Mr. Mac 1257, and they're in piss poor condition. I need new ones. I need a new prescription. Yeah, can you see that? Yeah. Scratch marks, big time. So, yeah, What's on the list of things to do? Just haven't gotten there yet. Who dat sub? Is she a witch? No, I am not. Okay, Miss Annabellis Anna. Whoa, so you give birth to hybrids and the aliens come pick them up after like 4 months, but mentally they are 13, but one was 24, highly evolved soul. Dude, what? No, okay. You've missed what I've talked about. Go in and... Well, someone just came in here and went back out. In astral. Fun. So, no. You miss how the process goes. You're abducted. Ouch, if you're in the hybridization, this kind of hybridization program like I am, you're abducted, you go through, they impregnate you. If the impregnation holds, the baby takes form. Yes, it goes through, you don't birth them. Some women go through 6-week pregnancies. Other women like me go through 3-month pregnancies. Back when they started me, it was 5 months. They take the babies after a set amount of time. When they took mine, they didn't abduct me this time. They took him straight out of me while I was in bed. And there's reasons why I know that. Reasons I am not getting into publicly how I know that. They took him right from me while I was in bed. And I woke up like seconds after it happened, and they put me out. That I can say publicly and on air. I was not okay at the time when they did it. I recognized that they did it, and they knocked me unconscious to sleep again. Otherwise, I would have been wide awake and I would have been up and screaming. I was asleep again for another 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They knocked me out for another 6.5 to 7 hours. And when I got up, I knew because, and I got the scale out. I got my weight scale out, and I had just been weighed a couple of days before, and on my scale and their scale, where I was weighed at, were spot on, accurate together, and which is very rare for. I know that's very rare, but it I think it was like what, 6 ounces off or something like that. So my scale was, I was 4 pounds. Oh God, what was it? It was like 4 pounds. I think it was 5 ounces. I've got it written down. It was like 4 pounds, 5 ounces, something like that. Off. And that told me that he was about 4 pounds. He was 3 3/4 to 4 pound baby. And that's a big baby for one of my kids. Although he's not the biggest, I do have to say I had a 6 pound baby. That's a whole nother ball game. Anyway, so his bones were very light. I know what he's going to become. He's going to be beautiful. But I know what he's going to become. I know what he's going to look like. And there were times where he showed me his growth cycles, what he knew his growth cycles would be. So he was very psychic, very, very, very psychic. And many times he wouldn't help in some of the information that I picked up. And he did that deliberately. He's like, "That's yours, Mom." I'm like, "Yeah, I know." So we have different contacts, different ways of contacting each other that we have agreed on. That can be done with the kids too, so that's kind of a big deal. But when they're removed from the mother, if the mother is in this kind of a hybridization program, then they go from however long they were gestating in mother, they're that long in their gestational container, because they're put into a gestational container and put on board ship. And then once all the children have been collected in this time frame, this is why I call this an industry and a business for them, because it's all on a schedule. It's all in a season. There's a season for abductions, for hybridization. There's a season for implantation. There's a season for coming and picking up the kids. There's a season for the amount of time and how much time the children have to be in their gestational container. After all the kids are obtained, after all the infants are obtained, then they are taken to a planet. And I only know this because of Robert, one of my mods, Robert White, who did something for me one year as a Christmas gift, and he found one of my hybrid kids, and he was on a planet. Found the ship and went right through the ship in astral and straight to my kid, and it was one of the best reunions I've had. And I was to the point of hugging that container, going, "Hey, and having my hand, and so sorry. Anyway, so got to see my kid, see him, and came back home. And that's the only reason why I know that they are, because I always thought that they stayed on board ship, and they don't. They go from, once all the kids are, this is like a well-oiled machine type of industry. Once the kids are all there, that they've gotten all of them from across the planet or wherever these specific program is running for right now, then they take the kids and multiple galaxies away to a planet and keep them in a very specific environment. The containers, I should say, not the gestational stuff. But they're in the container and they're on a planet. And so they have the sense of, they continue out the rest of their growing as an infant on another planet similar to Earth. Can't say it's exactly like it, but it's real similar from what I saw, what I witnessed. And, sorry, I just called up a memory I hadn't expected to see in my head. And then when they're ready to be birthed, they are all brought back on board ship and back into the gestational nursery room, essentially is what it is. And then the mothers are gotten, and we're kind of, once one is going through her circadian rhythm bonding chair with her infant, another mom is coming on board and coming in to see, and we just kind of go in this line. I've seen fathers, not hybrid fathers. I did not mean that word. I meant extraterrestrial. I've seen extraterrestrial fathers watch this process before. I've seen all kinds. It's standing there watching. And sometimes there's no audience at all, and you're essentially butt-ass naked. You're from the waist up, you are butt-ass naked because you're butt-ass naked usually all over, but there are times when you have cloth. I remember cloth from the waist down, but I remember bare legs, bare feet, and from the waist up, you are totally in front of everybody. And you're given your child, or you're either given your child, or you go and collect your child from the nursemaid, or depending upon what's taking place, they're picked up from a, lack of a better word, a bed. But I don't remember that very often, hardly at all, in fact, but it has happened at least twice that I'm aware of. So there's that. That's how it happens. They birth the infant. The nursemaid births the infant out of the gestational container, and the infant instantaneously recognizes the mother. So the nursemaid is the neutral party up until she's no longer the neutral party. She's the neutral party in the birthing section of it, but she's no longer the neutral party the second the circadian rhythm bonding experience is over with. She becomes the essentially host mother, teaching the infant for the rest of their term, or the rest of their time on board that ship, because once they grow up on board ship, and then they're taken over to one of two different planets for school, for education. Different ballgame altogether. Okay, I haven't read chat in a while, and it's probably going a mile a minute because I've got it stopped. So hang on my end, so I can make sure that I get done with this question and answer form. Tyona Arnold 1527. If you touch an alien, what will happen? It depends on the race, species. Depends on the. Try this again. It will depend upon the species and the race of ET. Can't really answer that. It just completely depends on the species of ET. Master Pilot, do you know light language? Thank you, Amy. Oh, seriously, thank you. Can't even begin to tell you thank you enough. Thank you. Do you know light language? Yes, I do. Can I speak it? No, I cannot. I do recognize it when I hear it, though. Francisco, I think that's the name. I see 3 UFOs, okay. Can they do that in 4 days? What? Be specific, Anna. How can you protect yourself next time? You can't. Believe me, I've been physical with them. And at this size, I've been physical with them. They have the ability to control the brain. The ones that do the abducting, they have the ability to control the human brain. You can make pleas and begs and cries and say, hey, let's change this. And yeah, that there is no... It's a different ballgame. I've been down that road way too many times. Is there things that repel them? Sounds, items, objects, natural things? Well, certain ETs love... There's a point that I'm saying this for. There are certain ETs that love tomatoes. Oh, squeak. Shut up, chair. Yeah, there we go. All right. And there are certain ETs that can't stand tomatoes. Then there are ETs that love chocolate and others that can't stand chocolate. So if you're talking food, I don't know about sounds or frequencies. Frequencies they'll get annoyed by, but they know how to control frequencies, so it's not even a big... They don't even... I don't think two things of it. The last 2 infants... 3... 4? I'm going to think about this a second. Hang on. The last two, no, the last four. The last four infants that I've had, hybrid infants that I've had, their frequencies have been incredible. For them to protect themselves against high level frequency DEW weapons and against moderate and low frequency DEW weapons and microwave technology, they are very good at protecting themselves. As infants, comprehend that. It is absolutely a mind bender. They are infants who are not even 3 months old, and they can control. You think about this. I mean, really think about this. They can control frequency like it's nothing. Okay? So, this is a very big deal. This is as big of a deal as the Sasquatch knowing how to use frequency and to shift into portals and to shift themselves into condensed small orb balls. Okay? This is a big deal. Think about this. If they can do that as an infant and they can live 200, 300, 400 years, and some of them, like the Lyrans, not the Lyrans, I'm sorry, the Laborians, can live well over 2,500 years. And yeah, I've known some. It's been a hell of a mind bender this lifetime. I kid you not. Think about the kind of frequency and energy that they can do. Now, think about why the global governments on this planet do not want us, humans, using our own frequencies. Because it means that they can't control anymore. It also means that not only can they not control anymore, their income would die out like that. It wasn't very loud, but it's the best I can do with the hands I got right now. Think about that. That is a big effing deal. Really big deal. They would have no control over the human population. And the human population could also become very wicked with each other once they learned how to use those kind of abilities. However, at the same time and at the same token, think about, well, if humanity did start learning those frequencies and those energies, they'd learn real fast not to F around and find out, wouldn't they? With each other. Because what would the point be? I mean, seriously, you look into it. Look into and think about these kind of frequencies that are way above any frequency that our human governments have, any frequency that is technology. It's way above that. What the ETs, what the extraterrestrials have in frequency in their own body is stronger than what humans have in technology. That should make you aware, alert, and a little on the concerned side. Now, I'm not saying this for fear-mongering. I'm saying this to inform, because they are so many thousands of years, well, they're more than thousands of years advanced, but they're advanced. They're severely, significantly, all the major words, they are way beyond us by gigantic leaps and bounds. The things that they could do with their mind would look like magic to us. Think about the 1400s on Earth and what it's like, or what it was like for them. Say if somebody brought in, a lighter, like if somebody's going to smoke a cigarette and they brought in a lighter, think about that. That would be magic to them. Or a cell phone, you take a cell phone and show somebody from the 1400s. I mean, yeah, hello, you're talking, hello, not technically possible. Well, okay, but the idea is the same. You take somebody from the 1400s and you show them a piece of technology and the phone starts to ring. Or you've got pictures on the phone and you can slide up the phone with the finger and it's showing, scroll up and you're being shown picture, image after image. That would terrify somebody of that level. It's the same situation with humanity. So think about that. It's a hell of an eye-opener. It's not the mic. I have my device plugged in. It is because it's plugged into an electrical source right now, because I nearly went completely off screen. So I'm having to plug in, and it's the electricity being plugged into the device. That's why the sound is shit. That's why I constantly mute while it's plugged in. Oh, and apparently I'm at 34%, so I can for a moment. Anyway, maybe that'll help. Okay. Master Pilot is asking, how many species have you met? I stopped counting at over 20. There's too many. I honestly only thought and believed for many years that it was really only 3 or 4. And then it was 7. And then I started going, I started having more memories. And I started going back through stuff and I went, oh my God, it's 19. Oh my God, it's 22. I just went, screw it. I couldn't tell you how many. But I know this. I know other people that know a hell of a lot more than I do about them. So there's that. I know quite a few people who know many, many more races and species of ETs. So there's your answer. Gooey McDonald, with all due respect, this all sounds like a bunch of bullcrap. That's fine. That's your opinion. This is my personal experiences of being around extraterrestrials, of being around government conglomerate kiss-ass assholes who are part of government that work with nefarious ETs. Also deal with paranormal. I deal with spirits and a whole hell of a lot more. And if you find this mind-bending or a bunch of bullcrap, then apparently you are not even remotely enlightened and are not looking to experiences and what people are dealing with. And there's a lot of people on this planet who are ET abductees, who are experiencing this kind of stuff, whether you want to believe that or not. That's fine. That's how you look at it. That's your opinion of it. Okay. So be it. I finally got to the frickin' bottom. Um. Oh, I appreciate that, Amy. That was a good comment. Okay. I think we are done. Fatty Cake Production, thank you for this comment. Just because she's a high level light warrior and we're all, you're not all simpletons, my dear, doesn't mean we should diminish her perspective. Thank you, I appreciate that. I do not look at people as simpleton. Oh my God, honey, no. But thank you for the rest of the comment. I appreciate it very much. Okay, 6 hours, 53 minutes. I am done. More than done. And obviously feeling good other than getting the weird rosy cheeks and needing to eat an actual, oh, God. Well, I nearly ate the whole thing on camera. Apparently it was needed. God. Anyway, done forever, Romy Rise Jr. Well, then you're done forever. Adios, Romy. Fatty Cakes Production. I work with the big guys on Earth on recycling and resource recovery. Do you think the aliens are interested in us cleaning up our planet? Excellent question. Yeah, they're a little perturbed, I suppose would be the nicest way to say it. Yeah, they aren't too enthusiastic about how we've been dealing with this planet. That's the other reason why, which I totally forgot about, but that's the other reason why they want to be down, because they did talk about the different aspects of what's taking place on this planet and the constant injuring of Mother Earth, the constant damage humans are doing to this planet is truly deeply incredible. And it's desperately needed to clean up. Oh yeah, squeaky, gotta move. Oh, there we go. We need to clean up not just this planet, but undo a lot of the damage that was done. And quite honestly, I don't know how much more of the damage can be fixed or even repaired. it's pretty important. And I think they're a little concerned at all the damage. Well, I don't think it. I know it because it's something I've been told, but I can't remember how the phrase was. There was a specific phrase that was said to me, and I can't retrieve it out of my head right now. Which may very well be because of the targeting, but I haven't forgotten about the fucking book, so sorry, that was directed at government assets that know. So yeah, they're not too happy about that, but they're more concerned right now about the consciousness, the higher consciousness, the kind of things that we should have been doing all along, but because of what global governments have done on this planet and vast, greedy, money-hungry things, then yeah, there's that aspect of it. As governments will fall, so ET provinces worldwide will take over governments. No, that's not how I know it, Azumi. Amy, regarding the damage that is like putting toothpaste back in a toothpaste. Yeah, tube. Yeah, I agree. I know this. There's some things that can be done to repair. I was going to say fix. It's not the right word, but to repair some aspects of things, but there are other things that are going to need to be left alone in order to heal Mother Earth, for her to heal herself, if that makes sense. Yeah, Amy, extreme environmental damage. That's it exactly in itself. Jim Jones 5432-1. What damage? Explain what you're talking about. Oh, come the fuck on. Seriously? Explain the damages? Are you kidding me? How many miles wide is the garbage patch in the ocean? That's damage to the ocean. That's damage to the eco, the eco life, the seriously. You don't have a clue as to what damage I'm talking about. What about the fracking? What about the constant tunnels? There's so many different things. Yeah. Do your own research. You don't need to be talking and asking me. Do your own damn research on that. Yeah. Extreme environmental damage. Exactly. This will happen, let's see, worldwide in the years. Circular economy will be huge. Yeah. Yeah, I'm focused on plastic pollution. Yeah. There's a lot of severe damage with the plastic, the microscopic. Jim Jones, I do know what the fuck I'm talking about. I just don't remember the exact names, which is frustrating to me. But do your own motherfucking research. Don't get me started at being angry right now. You do not want to see me angry. Seriously, and I know that comes from but don't even fucking go there with me. Because I'll block your goddamn ass. I have no problem in doing it. So, anyway, my point is look into the plastics, look into the microplastics, look into the air pollution that has gone on, look into the thieving of the forestries, of all the different forests, in order to build. We constantly take from Mother Earth, and we're constantly doing damage to her. Look at what's going on with the fish. Look at what's going on with the birds. Now they're spraying, they're not now, but they, meaning global governments, have been spraying pesticides and chemicals across this planet, which damages not just ecosystem. Thank you, Mom. Pardon me. That was both Mom and Dad. Wow, that was a weird energy. Holy frick balls, that was a weird energy. Wow, okay. But look across this entire planet at the ecosystem, at what is taking place. Look at the plumes of damage of smoke across, wasn't it China that had all that, not noise pollution, all that air pollution, and then during COVID lockdown, most of that started dissipating and disappearing. Hello. You're also dealing with nuclear waste issues. Look at Chernobyl. Hell, look at Fukushima. You don't think I don't know what the hell I'm talking about? I know what the hell I'm talking about. I may not be able to remember frickin' names, but I know what the hell I'm talking about. And if you can't handle it, get the hell off my channel. I'm not putting up with crap like that. Azumi 1282. Soon all chemtrails will stop soon to revive Earth skies. Really? How do you know that, and where do you have your information from? ASZC5. God, you're hot. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Amy, for timing out. Amy, I'm surprised you didn't do the one from that says 1994 on it. Wow. Okay. Lynn says hi. Hello. Patty Cakes Production, I hope so. Hi, how are you? Says Ray Nopper. I'm doing okay. A little tired for, oh my God, 7 hours. Fatty Cakes Production, thank you for your response. I gotta get ready for church. Rest well. You too, dear. Take good care. Restoring belief in what? In paranormal, in spirits, in extraterrestrials, in secret space program, in deep black government projects such as MK Ultra, My Lab, Montauk. What am I missing? MK Ultra, My Lab, Montauk. What the hell am I missing? There's one I'm missing. There's 4 of them. I can't think of the 4th one. Anyway, all of it. Anyway, so, yeah, Bluebird is one of them. Exo. I can't even. Yep, Operation Stargate, Artichoke, Bluebird, Remote Viewing, DIA, Gateway, Gate, Gifted and Talented Education. Yep, there's so many of them. Yeah, eventually over time. Okay, so that is it. I am done for the night. Remember, being monitored. I don't know which. Okay, my brain. All right, let's see. Let's try this again. I don't know much about this stuff. Just. No, I do not have a Harry Tinker. Harry Tinkle? No. No, I do not have an OnlyFans page. Manhattan Project, Newman. Yep. There, like I said, there's a bunch of them. Okay, remove. Let's see. Okay, last words. Anybody? Because that's it. It's time to go. Take very good care, folks. Well, that's not something I want to hear, Harry. Yeah, you just got yourself out of here. Yeah, Project Paperclip. Yep. Ramsey. Good night. Yep. Good night, everybody. I hope you have a good Sunday. It is now 6:11, I think. Does that say really? No, 6:13 on my clock. Yeah, 6:13 a.m. Sunday morning. I hope you have a very good Sunday morning, afternoon, and evening. I hope you have a really good week. Oh, okay, hang on. Take very good care of yourselves, and I will be back. Here we go. I will be back next Saturday at either 10 p.m. Pacific time or 11 p.m. Pacific time. Keep watch on my Facebook page and this YouTube channel, and for updates as things will take place there. The Facebook page is facebook.com/Nikki, Nikki, Jacobs, Jacobs, .376. YouTube, obviously you found me on YouTube. Restore Belief with Nikki is the name of the channel. I'm the only one there so far with that. My email, I can be emailed at restorebelief2022@gmail.com. And my Facebook page if you scroll down, you will see another link for psychic medium Nikki Jacobs. Click on that. That'll take you to the psychic medium page. You can also follow me on X, or aka Twitter, Restore Belief with Nikki. I'm also on Instagram as Nikki_angels, and then the letter R, and then life. So it's Angels Are Life. And then I'm also on Twitch as Angels Are Life. So Angels, the letter R, and then the word life. It's all one word. So that's how... Well, let's see. That's what, the third marriage proposal I've had on here? The third marriage proposal. Okay. Let's see. Apparently, my phone will not allow me to do it. So the third marriage proposal I've had on this channel. Thank you, folks. I don't know what else to say to that. Anyway, so Twitch, Instagram, and X, I'm not on hardly at all. I am on Instagram a little bit more than any of the others, but I don't post very much other than usually the upcoming podcast and that kind of thing. So Ink Droplets doing all right. I'm very tired right now, though. It's time to end the podcast. It's time to end the live broadcast, live stream, whatever this is called, and it's time to go. I've got things I got to take care of today. So anyway, I hope you do very well. Take very good care of yourself. Contact me if you need. And that's it. Bye, folks. Take good care, and thank you for the please like, subscribe, and share if you found this useful, and will provide information to other people that you know that are interested. Yeah, I'm starting to lose my voice. That are interested in these subject matters. Take very good care. End of subject. Bye, guys.